What is up, everybody? Welcome to Funkatopia WTF. I hope everybody is doing fantastically well. You know, I do. We got a little bit of music playing in the background. We got to keep this party moving and whatnot. And I hope you guys are doing fantastically well. And it is New Year's Eve, which means we finally get done with this year. This year has been insane. We had so much stuff going on. We're going to talk about some of the highlights and whatnot of some of the things that have happened this year. And man, it's unbelievable. And I'm glad that all of you guys are doing really, really well. I'm your host, Mr. Christopher. If you're brand new to the show, this is not we normally do a pre-show a little bit before, but that concert was actually the pre-show. The music that you're going to be hearing all during this broadcast is going to be a variety. It's going to be a whole bunch of funk stuff from all over the funk universe, because one of the things that is going to be my New Year's resolution, and we will be talking about your resolutions too. So I want to hear about your resolutions. So, we'll talk about that in just a minute. But first, let me go ahead and say hello, not goodbye, but say hello to all these fine folks. Cassandra Bradley was in the house really super early. Thank you for tuning in. It's been awesome. Samantha, what's going on? Patricia, what's going on? Sue from Southern California. Krista, what's going on? Carrie, Christina from Minneapolis in the house. Will Dudley's in the house. Joni, Red Cut Uprock, I miss you too. Susie Queen, Julie, Fiona, Victoria, Ocean, Leslie from Northwest Georgia. There you go. See, we got some Georgia in the house. Got some ATL in the house. Yeah. Dana Danfer, what is going on? Man, there's so many people in here. Ken and Ostrander, John Frost, the one of the Patreon supporter extraordinaires in the house. Samantha, what's going on? Ken Baker. Man, you guys are just killing it. Henry from Los Angeles. Man, all you guys are in the house, and so many more people that haven't even spoken yet. And I skipped over some folks as well. And just to kind of let you know, I sent out a pretty wide net of invitations for anybody that may not have a show that may be playing, to come in, just say hello, hang out for 5-10 minutes, maybe tell you what their New Year's resolution is, just say hello, just hang, whatever. And I hope you guys are going to have an amazing time tonight. It will be probably one of the longest shows I've ever done. Let's just be clear, because I started at 8:00, actually a little bit before 8. And if this goes, obviously at midnight, East Coast is what we're focusing on. That is 4 hours. And then we have, doing 30 minutes of thank yous and whatnot and goodbyes. And then, so that's going to be 4.5 hour show tonight. So I know that you guys can't hang for the whole entire part of it. Maybe some of you guys will. That's pretty amazing. But it's going to be fun. And the reason why I am playing all this amazing funk music in the background, it's not just Prince music. Notice we're listening right now to Fela Kuti. And that's a song called Let's Start that he plays with Ginger Baker. But one of the things that I wanted to make sure of was that my New Year's resolution is, let me know if this music is too loud, or if I'm like not talking over it, or if it's like a good balance, because I just didn't want just my voice. I kind of felt like there needed to be some extra stuff going on in the background, some music kind of happening. So let me know if the music and my voice is a good balance. I want to make sure that it is not, it's not loud enough to cause a problem, because with me talking over it, I think it'll be perfectly fine, because it can't pick up all the notes because I'm interrupting it with my voice. But I am trying to find a good balance that you can actually hear the music as well. So one of the things that is my New Year's resolution, and I'm about to ask you yours, so get ready. You can start typing it out if you have a little bit to say, because some people may have short answers like weight loss or love more or whatever. My New Year's resolution specifically for Funkatopia, and you've heard me say this for a while now, for a couple of years, that I said that I really wanted to start focusing on Funkatopia being casting a wider net like we used to, where we're really embracing a lot of other funk bands that are out there, not just Prince and not just Purple related, but also with interviews and also with doing a lot of just stories and coverages. So my New Year's resolution is to do at least one post a week, at minimum, one post a week on Funkatopia.com. And that's minimum. That's like bare minimum. And on top of that, to make Funkatopia a much, much wider net in regards to the styles of music that we kind of reach out to, just doing a lot more and being a lot more inclusive to a lot more artists across the world. And because there's so much music out there. And Jeannie will tell you, Jeannie's over there from across the pond. She'll tell you there is so much amazing music over there. And you have to, there's so much out there. And I can tell you that, Funkatopia had a great year in 2024 as far as sorry, making sure that all the stuff is up. As far as the interviews that we were able to do and some of the people that we were able to get on, it's a pretty extensive list of people that I've had on the show in 2024. And, some people even came in as a result of roundtables that we did for Purple Rain or whatever it was. So man, it is going to be a lot of fun. Susan says, I forgot it was Tuesday. So it was a nice surprise to see you. It was nice to see you guys too. But here's the thing. This year was really strange because Christmas Eve fell on Tuesday and then New Year's Eve fell on Tuesday. Well, I wasn't going to do a show on Christmas Eve. I kind of felt like Christmas Eve needs to be kind of family and whatnot. And New Year's Eve, most of you folks will stay home and chill and relax and not do anything. You're just, too old to kind of mess with all that insanity out there. And actually in downtown Atlanta, they've actually restarted the Peach Drop, which we used to do every single year for many years in this area of downtown called Underground Atlanta. And they stopped doing it. And I don't know why they stopped doing it. I think it started with the pandemic. We just stopped doing it. And there really wasn't a whole bunch there was some safety issues and stuff that were going on. So anyways, it's starting back up. And all that to say that I still would not go down there, even though I'm excited to have it back. I really do not want anything to do with that mess because it's just too much. And I realized that, also that we're all kind of getting up there in age and we just all don't want to go out there. And there's tons of folks that are home right now that would love to be able to hang out and just have a good time, talk music, do whatever you want to do and chill out and be able to kind of enjoy some of the special guests that we're going to be having kind of dropping in between now and the 1 o'clock hour. I don't know when it will be. We'll stop. But there's going to be people kind of dropping in here and there everywhere. And so it'll be fun to see who shows up. And it's kind of like my birthday. My birthday was really shocking. There was just so many people that had come in for my birthday that I was just like, I was totally caught off guard, completely caught off guard. So I don't know, but I haven't, Julie says, ABC New Year's Rockin' Eve works for me. Yeah. I would say that is a lot of people that are like that. I can't remember the last time that I went out for New Year's Eve. It's probably been, I don't remember the last time I did anything for New Year's Eve. I got a question. Does anybody know and maybe you guys know, maybe no, is Paisley Park doing anything for New Year's Eve? I'm surprised that they didn't do anything. Probably what happened, and I would say, it seemed like a couple of years ago, Sharon Nelson did her Enlightenment New Year's Eve or whatever it was there. And I think, was that 2-3 years ago? I want to say it was. And I want to say that the problem with doing events at Paisley Park is that, from what I understand, just from what I hear, I don't know the numbers and I don't know if there's truth to this or not. So just take it as rumor and conjecture, like I normally always say, if I'm not exactly 100% positive what the story is. But from what I understand, Paisley Park is really expensive. So if you're an artist that wants to do something there and you want to be able to hang out and you want to be able to, do a show for your closest fans, to offset the cost of what they charge to do an event there, you would have to really charge the attendees a lot of money. just to kind of, be able to really kind of, break even a little bit. So that's just what I've heard. I see some folks in here who probably would be able to tell me for sure. Mark Webster, I see you in there. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Mark, more than you know. And let me just say, I don't know. All I can say is that I'm surprised they're not doing anything for New Year's Eve. It just seems like a prime location, especially in that area of Minnesota where there's nothing. There's nothing going on there. I mean, there may be some bars and stuff that are doing some events around, or like parties and champagne toasts and, cover bands and that playing around. But it's surprising. Let me go down a rabbit hole for a second. I saw, if anybody is a fan of, who's that talk show host overseas? Kind of like the Tonight Show, but he is, I'm trying to remember some talk show host names over there. Starts with a G. Graham? No, I can't remember his name. I'll wait till somebody says. But anyways, he now has, is it Graham Norton? I think it is Graham Norton. He has some clips that are on the, he has some clips that are, I guess, best of his show. And Amy Adams was on there. And Amy Adams, the actress Amy Adams, who you may know from a variety of different shows, Wedding Crashers and a bunch of them things. But she was talking about her early career and that she was doing dinner theater, and they were like, dinner theater, and she goes, yeah, I used to do dinner theater a lot at the Chanhassen Theater. So Amy Adams, the world-renowned actress Amy Adams, she is apparently used to do a dinner theater in Chanhassen on a regular basis. And I was like, oh man, I wish I was sitting there. I would say, did Prince ever come to any of your shows? Because that would be pretty amazing to kind of see something like that. I don't know. It's just, it's pretty awesome. What did Suzanne send? Let's see what Suzanne says here. I'm going to post this up. Suzanne says, in 2023, I looked at using it for part of an international conference. Renting the MPG Music Club was not all that expensive compared to other similar venues, but getting everyone out there from downtown was too difficult. Yeah, but are you talking about just the MPG Music Club, which is a small part of it? But if you needed to put on a New Year's Eve type of concert event, you're not just talking about the MPG Music Club, which is a small section to the right of where the actual stage is. If you needed the whole stage, you needed access to that whole first floor. What would that run? Well, I'm just curious if anybody knows what that number is. I mean, this is a rumor and conjecture, hearsay, but interesting. I don't know. But again, I'm just surprised that they're not doing anything. But, we actually had this talk. We actually had this talk before about, how there just wasn't a whole bunch of things that were going on in the Prince universe this year at all. It just seemed like it was kind of dead. You got the 40-year anniversary of Purple Rain, and it just kind of came and went. It was very, very unusual that there was just a lack of things happening. And it seemed like there was a lot of different, I think there was a lot of things that were up in the air as far as what's happening with the whole issue with the Netflix documentary. Is the Netflix documentary what is holding up all this music? Because it's kind of got a bunch of ties to, what they can and cannot use. And until that's resolved, we can't get any new material now. What type of things are going on with Primary Wave? And those questions and all those things just kind of keep on coming up. And of course it came up again when, unfortunately, rest in peace, Taika passed away. And it was like, okay, what's going on here? And we still don't know. And I will say that it's kind of cool that there are some little teeny things that are happening. I mean, obviously it's good to know that in this year, next year, technically, we've got about 4 more hours at least before I can say this year. Prince is going to be receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Grammys in 2025. So that is cool. Plus, on top of that, the Diamonds and Pearls Super Deluxe box set is nominated for Best Historical Album. And I do actually have that. This one right here, the Diamonds and Pearls. Diamonds and Pearls box set, which is pretty friggin' amazing. If you guys have not seen this, I think the shortcut is still. If somebody let me know if that shortcut is still good, it's funkatopia.com/DP for Diamonds and Pearls. Just go to funkatopia.com/DP and let me know if that still works, because it still should forward you to where you can pick this amazing setup of this Diamonds and Pearls box set. And what's really, really cool about this is my good friend Dwayne Tudall is actually nominated as part because he was involved in this whole process of helping to put together this Diamonds and Pearls box set, and everybody that was involved, everybody that was interviewed, it's just been fantastic. And, you had this, and then you had Andrea Svensson's book, 40 Years of Purple Rain, which that seemed to be like the piece de resistance as far as the 40-year anniversary is concerned, which is right up here. Let me pull it down. There it is. So you got this wonderful book by Andrea Svensson, 40 Years of Purple Rain. And I think that one is funkatopia.com/Andrea, Andrea, I think. But Andrea Svensson did this amazing 40-year book. It's felt, which is very, very cool. It's just a really, really nice box set. And not a box set, but a book. It's just a really, really cool book. So there was just some things that happened in Purple Rain, but we'll talk about that in just a second, because I do want to kind of dig more into the Purple Rain and get more of an idea of what you guys are feeling about the Purple Rain thing, what you guys are feeling about the Purple Rain celebration, Purple Rain 2.0 celebration that's going to be happening next year. Where are your heads at? What do you want to do? What do you want to see? What are you good? Hey, thank you, Christina, for checking that. Christina, can you also check /Andrea and see if that one works? Funkatopia.com/Andrea. If you want to pick up this beautiful book, and every now and then, for whatever reason, I don't know why Amazon does it, they'll put this on sale, like a deep discount sale, which is amazing, because if you can get a hold of this book at a discount, it is fantastic. But it is a beautiful, beautiful piece of work. Andrea, thank you for coming on the show. Her and Dwayne Tudall came on together, but this book is gorgeous, and it's just got some gorgeous photography, some stuff that's never been seen before, just some pretty amazing stuff. It's so good and so great. I love it. I love it to death. It's probably one of my favorite reads, and I've read a lot of different books this year. I would do a resolution of I want to read more books, but I just don't see that happening, because you actually have to have the time of the day to sit down and read books. However, if Dwayne Tudall's book comes out this year, which, what did Dwayne say? Did he say it was going to come out later this year? I don't know. Those books are just insane. I don't know if you can actually see this, but over here in this corner right here, those are all Dwayne Tudall's books right there. Well, there's just two of them, but I have like the regular one, and then I normally have the expanded edition or the hardback and then the paperback or whatever. But, if that new one comes out, we'll just take it as it comes. So let me hear it. Tell me what your New Year's resolutions are this year, what your plans are for bettering yourself in 2025. Again, like with Funkatopia, as I said, is going to be casting a wider net. And look, I can tell you that, and I probably should check this out, but I can tell you that we've already got two shows booked in 2025 already. And that does not, it may be 3. I'm checking to see if I've gotten any word yet. I have not gotten word yet, but we have two shows that are coming up in, sorry, I've lost my place now. I can't find you guys. So already starting. So already the first 2 weeks of January are booked, and it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's going to go like I had said, which is basically covering other bands. Next week, on January 7th, the very first show of 2025, I'm going to be welcoming Lettuce guitarist Adam Shmeen Smirnoff. He's going to be with us on Tuesday night. So we are going to be sitting down with Adam Smirnoff from Lettuce. And we're talking about that funk jam band. They are just unbelievable. Let me just tell you, I shouldn't tell this story. Maybe I should, but I shouldn't. I don't know. Let me debate about telling this story because I don't know who's watching this. I might have to wait until everybody's asleep in my household. But I had a very good time in New Orleans with Lettuce. Let's just leave it at that. And it was a very, very interesting night of photography and altered states. I was like, this is a mess. Anyways, I'll tell the story a little bit later. Just remind me to tell the Lettuce story. I'll probably tell the Lettuce story definitely when Adam's on. But anyways, and then the following week, I have D-Vibes from Watermelon Funk is going to be here on January 14th. So we got Lettuce and Watermelon Funk back to back those first 2 weeks. And I can't tell you who I am talking with for the third week of January, but if I get confirmation before this show is over, I will let you guys know. It's going to be amazing. Yeah. Stacy, you just said, and somebody said this to me, but I don't know why Maite hasn't told me about this. Stacy says, going in January to Maite's belly dance class in Atlanta. Where and when is it? Can you guys send me a link to that? I would love to. I'll always promote anything that, Maite is doing, especially if it's in my neck of the woods. I always love, promoting whatever I possibly can. And man, there's a lot of really, really cool events that are happening that don't have anything to do with the estate. They're kind of purple stuff, but don't have anything to do with the estate. Don't have anything to do with, they're just kind of just random things happening. And I would love to be able to share some of that, but there may be guests showing up tonight that will give you a little bit more information on some of those really cool things. So I don't want to promote anything that may be promoted by somebody else. Adriana says, is the broadcast frozen for anybody else? Is it frozen for anybody else? It's not frozen for me, obviously, because I still see myself and hear myself okay. If it's frozen, let me know. Also, I don't think anybody told me about how the level of music is in the background, whether you guys can still hear it and me at the same time. Again, if it's good that I'm a little bit louder than the music, because that way, and that you can still hear me clearly, because that way we will get hit with copyright issues, and it kind of creates a vibe because there's cool music playing in the background. It's like we're talking at a party, because we're here talking at a party, a New Year's Eve party right here, like old folks sitting, just sitting here chilling. Wait a minute. What did you say? All is okay in GB. Is that Great Britain or Green Bay? Whenever I see GB, I always think just Green Bay Packers. Sorry for the years you guys have had. And I don't even want to talk about the Atlanta Falcons year. Our year, let me just say, Kirk Cousins is an amazing dude. He's a really great quarterback, but something happened and he got inside of his own head and just started throwing crazy amounts of interceptions and took us on a skid that we lost 4 games in a row. And so we finally put in Michael Penix, which is our new quarterback that we got on the first round of the draft. And everybody was like, you just signed Kirk Cousins to millions and millions of dollars. Why are you drafting a backup quarterback? And but we had a chance to get Penix, so we did. And it's a good thing that we did because of all that wacky stuff that happened with Kirk Cousins. I know you guys aren't all football folks, but for those of you who are, you can appreciate what I'm talking right now. Because Penix stepped in and has been killing it every single time that he's stepped behind the line. We lost last night or Sunday night, which is it's okay because it wasn't his fault. It was basically our new coach's fault, Raheem, for not managing the time better to give us an opportunity to get closer to kick that field goal. But that's okay. It's all right. It's all right. Next year, we're going to be on fire. I'm telling you. Yeah, I mean, Vikings, you guys are doing great. Minnesota Vikings are killing it this year you guys got a quarterback that you didn't even realize you had a quarterback. That's amazing to me. Sam Darnold comes in and he is playing lights out, and he was just kind of there to kind of show whatever his name was, the ropes, and he was just killing it. And they were like, nah, leave him in. And so now he is just like, he's a Minnesota darling right now, man. That's killer. I'm happy. I'm happy for you guys. I really am. And with Penix Jr. Behind the ball for the Falcons, we are going to have an amazing 2025. And especially if we keep the same lineup that we have now, it's obviously going to change. We're going to lose some key pieces, but we have enough players in that mix now with Mooney and Pitts, whenever he wants to play, Algier and all these guys. It's just, we're going to be a monster next year, especially if, once Penix gets a little bit more warmed up. But we still have a chance to get to the playoffs, but Tampa Bay has to lose to the New Orleans Saints, and I just don't see that happening. I just don't see it. I was going to wear, Tracy says, I'm wearing a Vikings shirt right now. They're my favorite team. I mean, a lot of Prince fans love the Minnesota Vikings for no other reason, just because it's purple and it's Minnesota. I've always been faithful to Atlanta. You guys have seen me on the show with Atlanta gear on before. I love my Falcons, and it's been it's a tough team to be a fan of, because the one time that we made it to the Super Bowl, we get remembered for it for all the wrong reasons. It was tough. I remember with the Super Bowl when it happened, and the day that I was working for YP Yellow Pages, and everybody in the building, hundreds and hundreds of people, everybody was wearing Falcons gear on that Friday. Everybody, man. It was just like everybody. It was everywhere. It was red and black everywhere. And then the Super Bowl happens. And then after the Super Bowl happens, we come into work on Monday, and I said, you know what? Still my team. Yeah, it was kind of a mess, but it's still my team. I was the only person to show up to work with a Falcons shirt on. Nobody else in that entire building, no matter what floor, nobody else was wearing Falcon stuff. And it was just like, man, this is the kind of thing that kind of annoys me about Atlanta fans, is that a lot of Atlanta fans are very, very fair weather. Don't get me wrong. There are plenty of hardcore fans out here. I'm not saying that they don't exist, because they do. And I'm telling you they do. And they're hard and they're cool. But if you're a fair weather fan, you know who you are. A majority of Kansas City Chiefs fans are only there for whatever. It's just, they can just care less. I mean, the Swifties came in and they kind of took over the Kansas City Chiefs, and so you got all that kind of pop drama that's happening with that, and the fact that they're winning horribly, I might add. It's annoying, because they've won so many games, more games than any other team in the NFL this season, and the way that they win is just ridiculous. It's just horrible call after horrible call. They're only 1-score games, and it's always something weird or strange that happens at the end in their favor. I hate the Kansas City Chiefs. I'll just go ahead and say it. And I know there's probably some Chiefs fans out there, but I just don't like the vibe of the team right now. It's just too pretentious, and it's not even pretentious because you're good enough to be bragging on yourself. It's just stop. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. You guys aren't as great as you think you are, with the exception of Mahomes. You got an okay team, and you got a couple of, you got Kelsey, you got a couple of different points that you can hit, but other than that, it's a joke. I don't even know how you guys have managed to win. I don't know if it was, I don't know. I just don't know. It's just a nightmare. Anyways, I hope they don't make it to the Super Bowl. Sorry if you're a Chiefs fan, but I hope you guys don't make it. But I will tell you this. I'm curious, out of the fans that are in here, who would you like now, realistically, if don't say Carolina Panthers, don't say the Raiders, whatever. Who do you want out of the people that can get into the Super Bowl? What two teams would you like to see in the Super Bowl? or what team would you like to see in the Super Bowl? Let me know what you would like to see. For me, obviously the Falcons still got a shot. After next week, I'd have to say something else, but I still got a shot. But we're not going to the Super Bowl anyways. We'll get into the playoffs. But we're not going to make it to the Super Bowl. There's just no freaking way. It's just not going to happen. But out of the teams that are in the mix right now, Vikings would be cool to see going in there. I'd like to see the Bills getting in there, the Lions getting in there, all like the teams from the North. the Lions, the Bills, Eagles. I mean, there's just so many Steelers. I'd love to see some of the really hard, like the hard, roughneck football players that are just kind of, it's not about, they're not like the Chiefs or the Falcons or the Saints where it's just, it's like this little well-oiled machine. The teams that are like gritty, in your face, punch you in the mouth type football. And that's not really what some of these teams down south are. The North teams, man, they'll punch you in a second. Brian, that's a good call. Bills, Lions, oh, man, right? That would be amazing. It would be fantastic. Vikings for sure, then Philly. Yeah, I mean, those are some good Bills, Lions. That would be wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Is that AFC, NFC? Why do I think that hold on a second. Could that happen? Wait a minute. Is Lions NFC or AFC and Bills are NFC, right? Or Bills are AFC? I don't remember. I mean, if that's a Super Bowl that can happen, I would see that all day long. I would put in my order with Wingstop and I just go ahead and just sit down. Let me just say, and I'm okay going down these rabbit holes. I am perfectly okay going down these rabbit holes because this is going to be a long show. Let me just say, Lions are NFC and the Bills are AFC. No, somebody you're saying two different things. NFC north of the Lions. Well, you guys are saying different things. I guess we don't know. If the Lions are NFC and the Bills are AFC or reverse, as long as one is AFC and one is NFC, then that's a Super Bowl that can happen. I don't remember a lot outside of the South stuff. Obviously, I follow my division very, very closely. And I just kind of just sporadically, but I don't remember who's in the AFC. There's some that I automatically know who's in the AFC or the NFC. Bills are AFC and Lions are NFC. That's good. So that would be a great Super Bowl. Oh my God. Wouldn't that be so good? Absolutely. I'm curious, is anybody drinking tonight? Anybody got your drinks with you or just, kind of partying early? We're only a half hour into this long show that we're going to be doing all the way up until the midnight hour. We'll be doing the countdown together. And then just wrapping things up at this point. And as I said, we also got a ton of people that are going to, not a ton. I don't know. There's a lot of people say, I'll be there. And whether they come or not, most likely they'll probably come closer to the midnight hour. But people will be dropping in little by little, and then we're gonna have a good time tonight. It's gonna be fun. Chris is drinking Coke. What is everybody else drinking? I am drinking water. You like that Jill Jones mug? Hey Jill, I think I saw you in the chat room. Hey Jill, look, I got it. Jill, if you're still in there, it's still got a chip on the edge of the mug, and I haven't been able to get them to replace it. I guess they kind of feel like, that happened. Oh, it didn't, it was like really light and just kind of broke and was not defective. Buy another one. Okay. Yeah, white wine. I got white wine. Devil's Cut whiskey. Red Cat's doing Devil's Cut whiskey. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds like a beast. That sounds like something you should be doing. I'm just doing water because I have to stay alive. I do actually have a Coke Zero here, but as far as I do have gummies. So there are gummies here. So I may just going to kind of keep this sitting to the side and we'll just but water, Coke Zero, and gummies. That's where we're going to do tonight. Chilled Douce Cognac in my glass right now. That's good. We got some. Patricia says Roscato Sweet Red. That's going to be nice. Beer, Cammy's beer for now, champagne for later. Cammy, I hope you're doing well. Cammy, I love Cammy to death. Cammy's one of my favorite people. Cammy, I don't know if Jaden is watching or not, but the Christmas gift that you got her, amazing. Let me hold on a second. It was amazing, and she absolutely loved it. It was pretty amazing. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm gonna send a text to my daughter real quick. Hold on a second. I'm going wide just for a second. And I'm having to think and whatnot, and that's never good. Peach long drink. What is a peach long drink? What? Anybody else know what's a peach long drink? So what is that? Is that like a peach Long Island iced tea? What is that? But anyways, yes, Cammy, thank you so much. I actually just texted her and told her to bring your gift in here. I want everybody to see it. Body says Smirnoff Ice Original. What? It's like a Zima, isn't it? Isn't it? Do they make Zima anymore? I don't think they do. Rob, oh my God. I was going to say, Rob used to worry me. Rob Rhythm, who you guys know, he's a good friend of mine. He's been a friend of mine since high school. So I've known him longer than anybody in my life, as far as people that are still in my life. And he used to drink Zimas. Not only, and he's straight. He not only used to drink Zimas, but he also used to smoke Capris, those little thin cigarettes as well. Oh my gosh, why are my eyes burning on my head? Jaden just got in here. She's gonna bring the gift in here. This is what's going on, girl. All right. You guys ready for this? This is really, really cool.
Thank you, Cammy.
Yes, you can say it in the mic. Sorry.
Thank you, Cammy.
And basically, she sent her a card and also a box of Dolly Parton Christmas ornaments. Oh my gosh, just kind of dumped them everywhere. But I mean, it's so cool. Look at these. They're just like these Dolly Parton Christmas ornaments. And why didn't you put them on the tree? These are just there's like all these amazing. There's more. There's more. What is she doing here? Who is that? What is she doing? Oh, I guess it's a microphone. It doesn't. I guess it's just. I know, but it looked like she was like dumping a bottle or something. Yeah. So it's like there's only a few more, but yeah. So there's all these Dolly Parton. Cammy got her all these Dolly Parton ornaments, and she loved it. Yeah, as you can see, they weren't hung on the tree; they're still on the wrapper. But I guarantee you, they will make it onto the tree next year for sure.
My tree.
Oh, on your tree in your room. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you sure you're only having water? Yes, I am. It's only water. She can smell. It's water, right? She's drinking it, so.
There's a crack in the mug.
Yeah, I know. There's a crack in the mug. We were just talking about that. Yes, it is only water. Only water today.
And a little bit of wine.
No wine. There's no wine here at all. So it is just water. And gummies. John, thank you so much. John says, Happy New Year and best to you in 2025. Cammy's she's so happy. I mean, she got that. It was just amazing. Sue is explaining what was it called? A peach long drink is. And she says a peach long drink is a Finnish sparkling refresher. That's just crazy. I've never even heard of that. I don't even know what that is. It sounds like a Zima, what it sounds like. And as I said, my friend Rob, he used to smoke those small Capri cigarettes and also drink Zimas. And it was like, people will always say, are you sure he's not? I'm like, he's not. I know his wife. It's just, he's just doing something just because the cigarettes look different than everybody else's cigarettes. He knew marketing. He knew marketing before I knew marketing. So he knew how to market himself. I wish that I had a better perception of myself when I was younger, when I was a teenager, like I would actually care about what I wore and cared about how people saw me or what I was wearing or how I was dressed. I really honestly didn't care. There was one guy in high school that I remember. His name is, I don't even remember his name, but he had a shtick where he would wear a suit jacket and a big gaudy tie. I'm talking like the ties that are like, 3 inches wide, 3-4 inches wide. It's just like, and he did it every single day. And he was actually a cool kid. I mean, he was like a good looking guy. It was really popular. And that was just his shtick, a suit and a tie. I don't know. I wish that I had, again, more, I guess, more awareness of marketing. And that was Rob's, I guess, strong suit. All right. So as I said, when I invited a bunch of guests to come on the show, I threw a wide net. I was just like, I'd see a bunch of people just kind of come and hang out and whatever, and just kind of hang out with you guys and, talk a little bit and whatnot. And what was Julie saying? And so the first guest I'm going to bring on is, you may actually know him. We've had, I think we've talked about him at least a few times. And he has an auction house called the Paisley 5 and Dime. And if you've ever been to any of the celebrations, I mean, he's been in the Prince universe for a very, very long time. And is a good friend. I'm going to bring him on. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Eric Rogers in the house? What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Mr. Christopher? What's up, baby?
Man, look, that time poster behind you is friggin' great.
Which one, the Time or Maserati or the Family?
I said the Time.
Yeah.
The red one. Yeah, I mean, the Maserati one's great too. Those are all original marketing posters as well.
Yeah. The Time is a 1981 promotional poster. No pinholes, no anything wrong with it. The Maserati was from 86, and it was pulled out of rotation because they spelled Maserati wrong.
I have a Maserati story. I worked for a car dealership here in Atlanta called Jim Ellis Automotive, and I oversaw all of their dealerships, and I was not familiar with Maserati, the car, and I was familiar with Maserati, the band, though. And I remember when my boss called me into the office and he goes, you're writing things on paper quite a bit. And I just kind of want to make sure we're on the same page. How do you spell Maserati? And I'm like, M-A-Z. And he goes, let me stop you right there.
Oh, my God. That's great.
So I was like, oh, it's not. He was like, no, it's not. And they told me the correct spelling for Maserati. I was like, oh, well, there's a band called Maserati. I don't know if you're aware of that or not. He was just like, I don't care. That's not where you work.
Well, hopefully you told Mark that story because he would love that.
I know. I love Mark. I talked to him quite a bit. I did invite him to come onto the show tonight. And he said he's sick right now, so he's not feeling great. But he says if he starts to feel a little bit better and he thinks he's got like about 10 minutes on him, he's going to drop in. So that's going to be fun.
He's a great guy.
So, while you're here, and kind of do a little bit of free marketing for yourself, because you got a couple things going on. But first, before we talk about Paisley Five and Dime. Well, before we talk about the event that we were talking about last night in March, or it was June, March. Tell people a little bit about Paisley Five and Dime and how it got started. Kind of like the story that you were telling me last night, because I don't think I knew the whole story of when you started and how far back it really goes and the history of this. So I want people to understand exactly, and also talk about being contacted and stuff, all that. So I'm going to hand it over to Eric for a second to let him share a story with you about Paisley Five and Dime. You guys got to hear this.
Oh yeah, well, feel free to jump in and ask questions anywhere along the way. So back before the internet, there was a new information system called BitNet for colleges and universities to communicate with each other. And it was really just for colleges and universities. It was pre-Windows, pre-internet. It wasn't even called internet yet. It was just called BitNet, and the first incarnations, they called it World Wide Web, which is where the www come from now. But before all that, before everything, when BitNet was there, the Prince fans had already found a way to kind of infiltrate that, and they created a subset inside of the BitNet for Prince fans to communicate. And I was in college at the time, so I got in there, found out about the Prince group, and I started noticing that, hey, Cammy, I started noticing that a lot of people were asking questions about collectibles, and that's really was my strong suit. So I started answering a lot of questions about collectibles and promos and posters and all that stuff. And so it started populating the page to where I didn't feel comfortable using that much. So I created my own little site aside from that one and thought of the name Paisley Five and Dime and just separated it away from the Prince group so that the group could talk about the concerts and the songs and the albums, and then the collectors could go talk about all the promos and stuff on the other page. What up, Kirk? Kirk's saying, what's up, brother? He's doing a little jazz show tonight. I'd love to be there for that. So, anyway, it just kind of took off and got really big to the point that I went to a concert, the Act One show in Chicago. Went to the Act One tour, and I found a guy through Goldmine magazine that had a copy of the show. I paid an insane amount of money. I got my copy of the show, and what was that, Chris?
Sorry about that. What's an insane amount of money?
This was 1993 money, and it was $200 for 2 cassettes.
Cassettes.
2 cassettes. This was an insane amount of money. I mean, I was a college student, and 200 is not anything now, but back then, that was astronomical.
Yeah, it was.
$200 for a college student for 2 cassettes, and and I spent the money. I sent it through the mail, snail mail. This was, we didn't have PayPal and stuff back then, but just hoping that my tapes came through. I hope it wasn't a scam, but I got them, and I went online and I started bragging about, oh my God, this show sounds so good. The quality is great. And then probably within the first 48 hours of making a post that I had the tape, I get a phone call. And it was, hi, this is so-and-so with Paisley Park Enterprises. We want to talk to you about the Paisley Five and Dime. I said, okay, what do you want to know? And they're like, well.
Are you excited or are you nervous at this point?
Oh, I was excited when they first called, but as soon as they mentioned, are you selling bootlegs? I was like, no. And I was like, well, you're talking about this Chicago concert that was just 2 weeks ago. The concert was only 2 weeks ago. So, how did you get it? And I'm like, yeah, we're not going there. I'm not going into all that. And anyway, through a lot of conversation, I ended up doing a lot of anti-piracy work for Paisley Park, and I would send them tapes of shows that I would get because they had asked me, they said, well, what all do you have access to? And I was like, anything. Like if he's done a show, I probably can get a copy. And I just told him, I said, I won't give you names, but I'll give you tapes. If you want tapes, I'll hook you up. I just won't give you names. And so I did. I sent a ton of tapes, and they would send me cases of blank tapes to fill up and send back. And
So they were sending you tapes, and then you would transfer those bootlegs or whatever you want to call them onto those and then send them back.
Yep, exactly. And what they would always send, they would send the Maxell XD2.
Okay,
that was the tapes that they sent, and those are not the ones that he used in his studio. The ones he used in the studio is a totally different tape, different brand, everything.
Right.
But yeah, they would send me those for making the copies and sending them to them, and then they would. We stayed in communication a lot. They would send me boxes and tubes full of posters and stuff just to take care of the fans. And so the hit. What's it? The hits and the B-sides poster that has all the images of him around the edge and the one in the middle. Send me a tube of those back when the hits and the B-sides first came out. And they were like, have fun. I was like, can I sell them? They're like, you can do whatever you want with them. This is just a little thank you. It was a lot of fun. And then I got a call one day. It's like, he wants you to move to Minneapolis. And I couldn't do it at the time. I was enrolled in college. I was married. I just couldn't make the jump. So I just agreed to help out any way I could, share all the information. I gave them ideas about how to set the store up. The video room upstairs, that was an idea that I had given them. I still have VHS tapes where they went and looked at locations for putting the stores.
Wow.
So what they would do, the people that worked for Paisley that went and scouted out locations would go with the realtors to look at spots, and they would videotape it, and he would watch the videos. And I still have those videos. They looked at several locations in Minneapolis. I've got those tapes, and they looked at locations in England for the Camden store, and I've got those tapes too.
Wow.
It was a much different world, and it was all good. There was only, I guess, one interaction that was a little sketch, and I got a call. It was probably about 11 o'clock at night in Kentucky, and I got a call from my contact, and she just said, hey, so the hits and the B-side is getting ready to drop, and Pink Cashmere is going to be the first single. And everyone's thinking it's going to be Peach because he's been playing it. So he just called me from Spain, and this is when they were on the Act 2 tour, and I think the only Spain tour show that they did was Santiago. So it would have been the Santiago, Spain show. He called me, or he called from backstage. He called our contact and said, tell Eric Rogers to tell everybody that Pink Cashmere is going to be the first single. And she calls me and tells me that, hey, he wants you to tell everybody. And I was like, oh, hell no. I was like, that's a bad idea because he's been playing Peach for 2 months. He's been on TV shows playing Peach. He's been playing it at all these shows. As soon as I go on there and say that, man, they are going to flame me. Like, they are going to roast me. And she said, yeah, but just think what it's going to be whenever they find out you're right. And I was like, oh, well, yeah, but you got to tell him he can't be changing his mind this time then. Because if I'm going to go out there and get flamed and he changes his mind and does Peach, then I just look silly. And it's just like, nope, we've already got the packaging done. Pink Cashmere is going to be the first single. And I was like, all right, then I'll do it. So I did. And sure enough, they flamed the hell out of me. And then he put out Pink Cashmere, and it shut everything up. But it was a lot of fun.
I thought that was going to have a sad ending, but it didn't.
No, he did put Pink Cashmere out as the lead single, and Warner Brothers hated that. So was a lot of good times. There's a lot of fun stories that went. Like the first time I found out that my name was uttered. I was a kid. I was in college, so I was a big Mega Prince fan, and just to know that he had said my name was like super cool. But she said, yeah, we were in a meeting. I got called to Minneapolis because my contact was out of New York. She said, I got called to Minneapolis, and I get in there. Then, we had to be there the next day. So I hopped a flight. I get to Minneapolis the next day, and we're in the conference room. And if you've been in Paisley Park, when you're in the lobby, when you first walk in, the foyer, the stairs go up to your right. At the top of that stair, that's where the conference room is back there. They were in the conference room, and they hear him coming down the hallway. And there's several people around the table, and he walks in carrying a manila folder. This was probably around May '93.
Wow. Okay.
And he throws the manila folder down in front of the person that I was doing my work for. And he said, who the is this Eric Rogers kid in Kentucky? How does he have a copy of my show I just did 2 weeks ago? And then he looked at her and he goes, and why am I doing your job? And she just said, I'm on it. He goes, good, and walked out. And that's when I got my call. So it was not in good graces whenever it first kind of came about, but it all ended up being good. So
but it just kind of, I think a lot of people that don't know you or don't know your history and don't know the history of Paisley Five and Dime and you and how you got started and how close you were actually, to that camp. And I think that's important because a lot of people just think you just run an auction on Facebook or whatever, but it existed before that. It's just such a much bigger thing, and the history that's attached to it is kind of legitimizes it, because I know you got all these other little auction houses that kind of pop up, and it's okay, but some of them are, they don't have the history that you do. So there's a level of authenticity with some of the stuff that's coming through you.
The difference is that I start, well, the Paisley Five and Dime isn't really the auctions. The P-Bay side is where I do all the Prince auctions, but they're kind of sister sites, so it's all good. The Paisley Five and Dime is where anybody can go on and sell. Like anybody can go on there and sell whatever they want, as long as it's official Prince merchandise. We don't allow handmade. We don't allow artist renditions. We don't allow bootlegs. So if you're buying it on the Paisley Five and Dime, it is actually 100% legit. It is something that was put out through official sources. And then the auction just kind of sprung up because we were dealing with so many pieces that we really didn't know how to price because nobody had really sold them before. And it just kind of did that. It was a really organic build. And, the other like auction places that have popped up and doing their thing, they just kind of took the model that I had built and they're doing their thing with it, which is, it's all fine. Because we're not all cut from the same cloth, and I'm not everybody's flavor, and I'm okay with that. I don't need to be.
I know you're not a lot of people's flavor. I'm aware of that.
Yeah, and I'm totally okay with that. It doesn't bother me a bit.
If anybody is, and anybody that's in the chat room who knows is laughing because Eric catches a lot of shit from a lot of different people and a lot of different stuff, and you'll hear negative stories, you'll hear positive stories, and you just came into the fold again because Damon Dixon kind of went on a rampage. I'm not going to go into details about it, so you can let your guard down. I'm not going to do that. But a couple of days ago, Damon Dixon did a live on his Facebook page and just went off, railing on somebody that we know. And your name kept coming up because because of how close the you two guys are. And I was honored, actually. I was kind of surprised that he let me see if this is you. 1 second. Yeah, it is you. I'm just muting you just for a second because when I'm talking, I'm getting this little bit of an echo while I'm talking. So I'll unmute you when I stop talking. But what's interesting is that I was surprised that Damon mentioned my name a couple times, but it's good. But it was in a positive way. But all that being said, I know that you catch a lot of flack, and what would you tell people about Paisley Five and Dime as an auction house compared to the other ones that are out there? I know that you had mentioned some of the authenticity types of things too, but also kind of, I'm alluding to maybe you going into more detail about some of the like relationships that you have with, you know, some of the Purple Circle and stuff like that. And, you know, just far as to kind of increase that legitimacy in that regard.
Well, we've done not just auctions and sales for a lot of the alumni. I've sold items for Paul Peterson, Eric Leeds, some of the management crew, for some of his bodyguards that had stuff left over from tours that they did. You know, they had all this stuff, and they all reached out to me, and there was one. I'm trying to think of who it was. Oh, it was actually one of the bodyguards had emptied out his closet and posted on his personal page that, hey, I found all these old Prince t-shirts in my closet. Somebody just throw me a number and I'll just sell them to you. And all the other alumni hit them up and was like, take it down right now, remove your post. And so they gave him my number and they called me and they're like, hey, this person needs you, can you help? And I was like, I sure will. So we got in touch, and for those that have reached out to me and stuff, the alumni that need help selling some things, I sold all Wally stuff right before he passed away. Yeah, Wally was also a dear friend, so I went over to his house. And there's people that can verify this. I went over to his house to pick up like his gold records and stuff like that. He just said that he was done. He goes, I don't want this stuff no more. And he was telling me about his family and his daughter and stuff like that. And he's like, you know, I want somebody to be able to use this. And I heard it, and I kind of felt there was some gravity to it. So when I left Wally's house, I was still in the parking lot. And I called Damon, I called Jerome, and I called Hucky, and I said, "Hey, when's the last time you called? When's the last time you called Wally and checked in on him?" I was like, you know, this it didn't feel right. And so it was about 3 weeks later. I was in Wisconsin doing a sale for Prince's niece, helping her sell some stuff that she had gotten from her dad, Dwayne Nelson, Prince's brother. And during the first night of the auction, I had a message come through. And sorry, it's hard. It's hard.
I know.
But I got a message like about 2 hours, 3 hours from the end of the auction. And I saw that I had a message, but I couldn't take it. So I just kind of pushed it aside and finished up the auction. And as soon as I was done, I looked at the message, and it was one of the people that I mentioned before. And they just said, hey, Wally passed this afternoon. And it took me down. Like, I seriously crumbled right there in Prince's niece's house. And it was just like, I was just there. I was just hanging out with him. And
it's devastating. So, Jesus, yeah. I don't want you to have to go too far down and get more.
Oh no, it's all good. It worked out really well. And so I texted Jerome, because I know he and Jerome, were friends from way, way back. So I just sent Jerome a condolence text, said, hey man, I just heard and I'm so sorry. Please know that I'm thinking about you. it was a hot 30 seconds later, my phone rang and Jerome was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm all right." I said, "But I just wanted to check on you." He said, "Well, I really appreciate you calling the people that you did back, a few weeks ago, because, we all called and stayed in touch with him and stuff." So, this is stuff that I don't really like put this on like Five and Dime. And this is if you post stuff like that, it almost looks like you're trying to, I don't know, it almost looks like you're kind of like trying to name drop and stuff. And it's not about that. They've become friends.
Well, with what you're doing, though, I mean, in an auction house type of environment, yeah, it's random that you would bring it up. But in something like what I do, where I'm kind of talking about entertainment and just making sure that everybody is kind of, staying alert, like I did when I first heard about Tyka's passing. It was I really it was a balancing act for me to want to post that, because nobody else knew about it. I knew internally before a lot of people did. And just like what happened with you on the pink cashmere debacle, I was just like, man, if I post this and, something comes down the wires, oh, it was just a rumor or whatever. But the source of information that I got it from was legit. So I get it. In some cases, like with what you do, it probably wouldn't have made sense, and it would have seemed like a name drop scenario. But there are some instances in some places like ours it does make a little bit more sense, at least.
And that's probably why I feel more comfortable talking about it like here, whereas I would not do it on my own platform, because it would just kind of come off. But this conversation, we're talking about the industry itself and the people involved, and just how we're kind of all connected. So it kind of makes sense in this format, and I'm okay with that. And I guess the one thing that I've tried to explain to like my friends, even here locally, is that it's a bizarre feeling for me sometimes, because I'm a fan. I'm just like everybody else that's in here watching. I'm a fan first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
And I was lucky enough to catch a spot where I got to go do some work. And now all the people that were my heroes, I can like call them now and talk to them. You and I were talking about that last night on the phone. It's like, it's really bizarre. My 14-year-old self would have had a coronary at 14 years old if I knew that this was going to be the path.
Yeah.
I love it, but it's bizarre too whenever you feel a phone call coming in and you look down and it's like Eric Leeds and you're like, what the hell? Or, you look down at your phone and Jerome is calling you, and it's just, I don't know. It's great. It's fun. But at the same time, there is a responsibility that comes with that. And the purple circle is tight. There's a reason a lot of people don't get in.
Man.
That's because they are very protective. Very protective.
And speaking of that, for those that don't know, obviously there is a very there's a process that you actually need to go through to kind of get into some of your Facebook groups. Can you kind of talk about that for a second? As far as just talk about what it takes to kind of get into that, the auction period where you can even be able to post.
Like we get requests all the time to join the Paisley 5 and Dime, and that's great, but we don't really bring that many people in. We're at 9,000 or 8,000. I don't know. I think it's 8,000. We're at 8,000 people, but every single one of those have been vetted. Like we go through every request to join. We go through their page and see if they're actually purple. It can't be no new accounts. It has to be accounts that have been active for some time. They have like posted pictures of prints or stories, or it has to show that they're not just another page. Because to me, it's not about the numbers; it's about the quality of the people that are in there. And if you go on the Paisley 5 and Dime, you'll notice that there are a few sellers that have, it's called the Trusted Seller. It's a Trusted Seller badge.
There's a lot of chocolate cities, right?
Those are very picky. Like, you have to have so many accountable sales that you've had with zero reports.
Yeah. Okay.
Not like a 90% average. Like, you cannot have any problems with any of your sales for a period of time before you can get the Trusted Seller badge. And it's our way of keeping people comfortable. We want the fans to be able to build their collections without being scared about getting scammed.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that you were able to come on, but before I let you go, we got more guests that are coming in. Before I let you go, can you share what you guys are doing in March?
Yeah. Okay. This is very exciting. Every year for 10 years now, we do what's called the Paisley Midwest Party, and it's in Central Kentucky, and we bring some members of the Purple World to Kentucky, and we do an event around them. Our past guests have been Susan Rogers. Our first guest ever was in 2015 was Des Dickerson, Steve Park. We brought in Maite a couple times. We brought in Owen Husney for the 40th anniversary of For You. Who else? Damon Dixon was one of our guests. Bobby Z. And this year we're bringing in Dr. Fink. Matt Fink is coming in to do a Q&A, a meet and greet, and we also have other special private events happening around that. So if you're here for that weekend, you're going to get to see it all. I don't put everything out online. We almost had the full event sold out before we even announced who the guest was.
Wow, that's pretty cool. So, Are there tickets still available, or is it sold out now?
It is not sold out. We've only got about, I think, 15 to 20 tickets left.
Wow.
And so yeah, it really went very quick, and we just announced that Dr. Fink was coming on Christmas Day.
So if people want to get tickets for this, where can they go?
You can go to the Paisley 5 and Dime. I've got the link up there. I will also send you a QR code that will take people directly to the sales page. It's on Eventbrite.
Okay.
If you go to Eventbrite, Paisley Midwest Party.
And for those that don't know, what is that? What is the web address that they can go to get to that?
Eventbrite.com. And if you want to go to the Paisley 5 and Dime, you can go to Paisley 5 and Dime on Google, and it'll take you to all the sites.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the big bad man himself. And just so you know, we're not related. Even though we look like brothers. And you know,
powers, baby.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that people always mistake him for me, and
I get it too.
It's crazy. It's just like I'm not Eric. I get it. I have a full beard. Eric just has a goatee, so it's just.
Yeah. I get people all the time. They'll come up to him and they'll be like, "Oh, I love what you do. It's so great. I'm really into it. I really appreciate it." I'm like, "Oh man, I'm glad you enjoy it." And they're like, "Oh man, thank you, Mr. Christopher." And I'm like, "I like his show too." And they're like, "Oh, you're my bad." And I'm like, "No, it's cool." I said, I like Chris. I said, I love his show. So no, it's totally okay. I said, I'm all into it. And they're like, "You're the 5 and Dime guy." I'm like, "Yep."
At least they get it right.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause to Mr. Eric Rogers. You'll be on again soon. I can't wait to bring you on again, man.
Oh, absolutely. Whenever we come on again, I got to show you around the 5 and Dime.
Yes, that's going to be our next auction show. Yeah, that's a taste test. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, that's going to be the next one. All right, Eric. Thank you so much, brother.
All right, guys. Take care. Peace, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. And that was the one and only Eric Rogers. And I'm basically taking one Eric and I'm putting in another Eric. This man needs no introduction, but I'm going to do it anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, our next New Year's Eve guest, the one and only Eric Leeds in the house.
Hey there. What's up?
Man, look at you with your New York hat on.
Well, I almost put my Dodger cap on since they were the one to prevail because I'm both a Yankee and a Dodger fan. So I was, I was going to be a winner either way with the World Series this year. I was just so disappointed. Not that the Dodgers won it. That's cool. I was just so disappointed in how badly the Yankees played. But I can only watch. I can only watch the games. I can't do no more.
It's tough to be any fan of any New York team this year. Was like, whoa, my God.
Yeah. But next year, Yankees are making some good moves. I mean, they lost Juan Soto. That's okay. They're gonna, they'll be cool next year. So, but the Dodgers keep just making their team better and better. So, I mean, damn.
Who have they got? Who did they pick up?
Well, they picked up Blake Snell, the pitcher, who's like he was the top free agent pitcher. Dodgers got him. They re-signed Teoscar Hernandez. I was glad about that. So, I mean, they're cool with that, but they're still looking maybe sign another pitcher. I don't know. I'm not sure. But Yankees got some moves to make. They got Fried, pitcher. He's good. Who they got? They got Cody Bellinger. They got Paul Goldschmidt. I'd really like them to go after Santander. Put him in the outfield. We'll see. But anyway, I only got a few minutes here, so I just wanted to give you all a shout out. Say, Mr. Christopher, because I'm so grateful for all your support over the years, not only for me, but for my co-bandmates Paul Peterson, our LP Music project, and with the family after Lux. Scary thing for me is to realize that this year, 2025, is the 40th anniversary of the release of the Family album.
And let me just, and I have to ask you this because that was my next question is there's a rumor and you can confirm it. Doesn't seem like it's much of a rumor anymore, but that the Family is reuniting. Is it for one show or is there what's beyond this?
We're going to Europe in April to play for
with Candy.
With Candy Dulfers, her Prince Jam or whatever she does. We're doing that. We're doing we're doing a few other gigs. I think, and don't quote me on this because I haven't seen the full schedule yet. We're going to do like maybe 4 or 5 gigs. Utrecht, I think is Utrecht. I think we're also going to Switzerland. I think Zurich, maybe Bern or Basel. Check out all the websites. Our Family After Lux website. We'll be on Facebook. All the stuff will be out there. It's being firmed up soon, so we should have a pretty good idea. And then we're always open to try to maybe put a few gigs together here in the States. We'll probably maybe play here in Twin Cities. We'll see where else we can go.
I'm curious. I'm curious because there's all this rigmarole about the original band names and whether they can be used, like the time and all this stuff. And you guys switched over to F Deluxe. Now you're back to the Family. Is this now? Was there like a conversation that took place? What happened?
I don't know. I just put the horn in my mouth and blow air through an old piece of pipe. Beyond that, I don't know. You could call us the Dookie Squad. I don't know. We're just gonna play the music. So what the hell? I really don't know if the Prince Estate owns the name The Family. We changed the name to F Deluxe in order to try to just turn a corner on that when we put out the album Gaslight. Which that's 12 years now. It's been since that album came out. And there was a little controversy then as to who really owned the name. I really don't know who owns the name The Family. So, if you want to call us The Family, fine. If you want to call us F Deluxe, you know who we are. And we're going to play the same music anyway. So what the hell, Yeah.
Well, anytime that you and Paul are in the mix, even with the LP project, I mean, you guys have such an amazing dynamic, and it's just the way that you guys play off each other. You've known each other for so many decades now, and you guys just vibe no matter what. And to get this core group back together, yes, we absolutely will call you The Family. We only called you F Deluxe because you told us to. But we know that, I mean, it's amazing that you guys are getting back together as The Family. And I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be
Yeah, and it'll be on for the European gig so far. It's Paul, me, Susanna, and Jelly Bean. So 4 of us. Yeah. So
Dang.
yeah. So anyway,
all right.
so that's all I got to say. Other than that, I'm just I'm like a lot of friends of mine. I'm just kind of hunkering down because I hope we're still here a year from now because we have an administration of imbeciles coming in, and indecent imbeciles. Let's say indecent imbeciles. That's God bless America. Oh boy, yeah. We'll see what we got coming next year. It's going to be interesting. I'll leave it at that. So,
God bless America, and she has spoken. Apparently, what's happening there, ladies and gentlemen?
All right, so that's it.
So much for stopping in. What is your New Year's resolution? That's the only question.
That was it. Just to remember that there are people out there, who are still cool.
Yes.
I got to try to just recall and remember that and concentrate on all the people that are with us. Do you understand? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So
just stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
Yes. To borrow an old phrase from civil rights movement years ago, it is applicable now as much as anything else. We all must keep our eyes on the prize. You hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. Let's keep your eyes on the prize.
That's it.
Eric, thank you so much for stopping in. I know your schedule, but man, it's been an honor to work with you off and on over the years, and I hope to continue doing so in the future.
As we firm up more, try to put some more gigs together for the year. We'll keep in touch with you, and we'll,
Yeah, let me know.
All right, man.
Peace. It's always an honor. Thank you, Mr. Leeds.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, the legend, Eric Leeds. Yeah, let me tell you, the night's going to be like this. We're just going to have people are just going to be rolling in off and on all night. And that's what you signed up for, right? That's I kind of feel like what's the guy's show that he has a football show on I even watch it. Why am I drawing a blank? The kicker that has Pat McAfee. His I kind of feel like Funkatopia has become like Pat McAfee's show, where there is gonna there's all through the show there's just gonna be random people just kind of just popping in. That's the reality of it. Yeah, Olga's talking about that show that the family is going to be doing. It is the family, Shelby J and Candy Dolfer. That is going to be ridiculous. I mean, if I wish that I had unfettered income to be able to just, I'm going to hop on a plane. I'm going to go to Utrecht or whatever, and I'm going to go see this show live. What an amazing, amazing event that will be. That's just going to be ridiculous. That's just amazing. I did, Val says it's going to be a long night. Too many hits. Yep. I'll say, and if you've been listening, I was going to say, of course, I didn't say that. I said some other syllables. I am playing some funk music in the back because my New Year's resolution. Oh, got a little Van Hunt. You gotta love Van Hunt now. Come on. I love Van Hunt. He's a good friend. I don't know. I've had Van on the show before, and a couple times actually, and I have not, since he started dating Halle Berry, I can't get him to return any of my phone calls at all. Jamie says, who did I miss tonight so far for the guests? You've only missed 2. You missed Eric Rogers and Eric Leeds. That's it. Jamie's answering your question. What was I going to say? I don't even remember. Anyways, one of the things I was going to say is that Funkatopia's New Year resolution is that I'm really going to be doing a lot more as far as music is concerned, as far as the artists that we bring in, the people that we interview, the songs that we play, the frequency I'm doing, the soundstage events and things like that, just making sure that while, like all of us here, I am a hardcore Prince fan, just like all of you are. If I could take all of my energy and dump it into one artist, absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, it would be Prince. It's the one I'm most knowledgeable about. I feel like, I could talk for hours and hours and hours on just him without even having any script. And that being said, though, one of the things I want to make sure of, and how Funkatopia started in 2005, I might add, next year, 2025, next year is the 20th anniversary of Funkatopia, which just makes no sense to me at all. I kind of feel like the first 12 years or so, I was just kind of just figuring it out and just kind of putting things out that I thought would stick. And I wanted to just focus on funk music. It wasn't just Prince. It was funk music. It was everything. I love talking to bands like Lettuce and the Motet, and Bootsy Collins and CeeLo Green and all these people that I've had the honor of being able to interview over the years. And then after Prince's passing, we just became really, really super Prince heavy, which is fine. It's probably why a lot of you came on board. It's because you love the excessiveness of all things purple. And that's really not going to change. But I will tell you, there's going to be a lot more coverage and stuff of other artists and other musicians that we're going to be able to bring to you, because I really feel like I want to bring you guys more music. I want you guys to hear some of the amazing stuff that's out there. And of course, we've heard all the Prince songs. So until we get some new material, God knows when that's going to be. Until we get some new material, we're just kind of rehashing history a little bit. But, I always find creative ways to do it. All that being said, we're going to be doing a bunch more music now. Starting January 7th, next week, next Tuesday, I will be interviewing Lettuce guitarist Adam Smirnoff. He's going to be here January 7th. That's right. Adam Schmeens Smirnoff from Lettuce. He's going to be here next week, January 7th. And then on January 14th, the following Tuesday, I'm interviewing D Vibes from Watermelon Funk. So we're going to be doing Lettuce, Watermelon Funk, lots of great funk music coming up. And here's the other thing about the funk list that I do. Every year, for those that don't know, I do the best funk of list. It normally highlights 20 albums, 20 funk albums that got released during the previous calendar year, and I release it. And I kind of feel like every year that I do it, it's like all those selections just kind of come out of left field for you guys. That's kind of how I feel that you've probably perceived it as, like, oh, these are 20 albums that you didn't talk about at all during the year. And I kind of felt guilty about that. It's like, this is all the music that I'm listening to and absorbing all throughout the year, and I'm just not communicative enough to share that with you. Well, I want that to change. And I want to make sure that you come along for the musical journey that is funk music. And I'm talking about new music that's coming out. Matter of fact, when Adam is on next week on January 7th, I'm sure that they're going to talk about their brand new album, Lettuce's brand new album that's going to be coming out. And there's a lot of albums that came out. The Motet had an album last year, a brand new album, really super funky stuff that's coming. And it's going to be on this best funk of list. And it will probably be available in a couple of weeks, because I'm still going through and really doing some heavy analysis. And then it takes me a long time to kind of build the page. But I was a really, really long way of saying that throughout the year, I'm going to do a better job at making sure that you guys hear new music and that you are along for the ride. And so when the best funk list comes out at the end of the year, you're like, oh yeah, I remember when you talked about this. And hopefully it helps to give those artists that are out there struggling, that don't have any audiences, to, maybe get a little bit of traction and get into your ear holes, because that's really important to us, is making sure that you continue to grow in the music, as far as the funk music that's out there, because a lot of people just don't know. There were so many funk albums released this year, and I bet there's nobody here, minus Lenny Beeson, that can name that can name 6 brand new funk albums that came out in 2024, or even 3 for that matter. And so we're going to change that. I'm going to be your source so that you actually know all that stuff is coming. And I would like, there are some really, really cool funk blogs that are out there that really dig super, super deep. But I feel like a lot of those places also get really, really muddied up with some things that aren't really funk. And, so you'll see. Going to be some cool stuff happening. That's my New Year's resolution. I actually I asked you what your resolutions were, and I think I missed a bunch, but I did find some. Brian C. Alford said that he was going to read more books. I did star that. Sorry it took me so long to share your comment, Brian. But let me hear more of your New Year's resolution. I'll share them here as well. Let's see what else is going on. Oh, Christina says, my resolution is to organize and toss crap out. That's warranted. I would say I can't commit to that because I am friggin' a pack rat. I don't know what it is. You could friggin' look behind me. It's like, what the hell? If I took this camera and showed you around the room, you would understand why my wife is like, thank God there's a door. Because it is like an explosion of memorabilia. Just on this wall that's over here, this wall is like full of photos of me with bands, me hanging out with The Revolution and Van Hunt and Living Color and Blue October and Speech from Arrested Development and Jesse Johnson and the MPG. I mean, it's literally like a memorabilia explosion in here. It's just, I don't know what that means. Adriana says, will Funkatopia no longer be my go-to app for Prince music and info? Of course it will. No, that is going to absolutely stay the same. I'm always going to share that information with you. It's just going to be real. All right. We got another guest for you. As I said, this night is going to just be amazing all the way up to midnight where we'll do the countdown together, but we've kind of been bringing in folks off and on. We brought you Eric Rogers from Paisley 5 and Dime. Eric Leeds was just on. And now I'm going to bring on another amazing individual, the one and only Greg Boyer's in the house.
Hey, I made it.
How are you, brother?
I'm doing okay, man. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. So I'm actually surprised. I'm very, very surprised that you are not performing tonight. Or
you sent an invite, and did I say, yeah, I do it, or I just got the invite and looked at it and said, I'm just going to creep up on you. I don't know.
I don't think you said anything.
Oh, okay.
Which is fine. But I'm just surprised that you're not playing with somebody or doing a show tonight.
Somebody just posted recently that the hardest working man in show business was Greg Boyer. I'm like, all that's going to change in January unless you're willing to do something about that. So.
Oh my gosh. Well, I hope so. I mean, I know you got a couple of projects on the calendar, don't you?
Oh, holy. I mean, it's been a really busy year. I'm sure you know by now I've gone back out on tour with P-Funk for the last 3 years. And
how's it doing?
It's great, man. It's the reasons why I left are no longer there. And it's good to, further throw another brick in the wall of legacy that's P-Funk and then being with some guys that I, started playing with in 1978. We go that far back. So it's good to see those guys again.
Yeah. Make sure you, next time you go to a gig, give Garrett a hug for me, man, because I love that dude.
Oh, man. And I think that he might have been the reluctant musician because he didn't really start playing until late. It's like that's my dad's thing or whatever. But yeah, he realized that after he picked up that guitar, that how much of his father's DNA was in there, and he just refused to say no. And then you see and hear what he's doing now.
It's amazing. We are going to have Divibes on in a couple of weeks who's on the Watermelon Funk album. And that's Garrett's project too. And yeah, I mean, the stuff that they're putting out, and Garrett is like, it seems like he's always doing a new project, and he is a monster, man. Just
Yeah. I remember going to see P-Funk before I got back in the band. I think it was that, or it might have been one of those Funketeers balls or something, but Garrett went up there and sang Charlie Funk Getting Ready to Roll. And when he opened his mouth, his father came out. And I was brought to tears immediately because I knew I was hearing a ghost. But then it wasn't a ghost. It's not so much. The apple just doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess is the best way to put it.
yeah, it does.
It was fun to watch him, and it's even more fun be on stage with him. It's like a continuance of that guy that used to wear the diaper back when I first got in the band and before. So it's great to see him do his thing.
It's great that I have music just randomly playing on Spotify lightly in the background, and as you're talking, this is just randomly, man. I tell you, we are aligned tonight. We are cosmically aligned.
I have a backstory about that one song.
Oh, really? Okay.
When I was in high school, this guy named his nickname was French Fry. He threw a party at his house, and he only had one record, and it was Mothership Connection. And this was when there was no DJ, but just anybody standing next to the turntable, participate. So all they did was play that album, side 1, side 2, all night. And it was like when it first came out, and one of my favorite songs was, give people what they want. And nobody got sick of it. So whenever I hear a song from that album, I just think of that dimly lit room crowded with people, and doing all that they're doing and just having a great time.
Man, and let me say, it's not only that, it's just that the P-Funk family and all the iterations that it has been through and all the legends that have been on that stage over the years, including yourself and obviously Bootsy Collins and Bernie Worrell and Schneider. It's just like, it's this laundry list of just funk legends. It's when you say funk, Parliament Funkadelic is the standard for what funk should sound like.
Yeah, I say that, we look in the dictionary and they always have, the first definition and the second definition. If funk is in there, the first definition should be or have something to do with P-Funk.
That's right.
And no slight on all of those other people that have laid the groundwork.
James Brown. Oh, no.
Before James Brown, I'll say Art Blakey.
Right. That's a good example. Yep.
Yeah, I would say Art Blakey, and if you listen to Moanin' or, Hammerhead or something, he is straight driving that band just like he would if he was sitting in the chair for James Brown, for Sly Stone, for Grand Central Station, for P-Funk, and later for Prince.
Yeah. That's just, it's amazing.
Yeah. Funk's been around a lot longer than people realize. It just didn't have that name yet.
Yeah, I mean, and of course, just the stories that follow Parliament Funkadelic as a whole is amazing too. I mean, some negative, some positive, but there's so many legendary stories that you don't even know if they're true. They just sound so crazy. It's like,
oh yeah,
be true. Like the story that Bootsy Collins told on the Tales from the Tour Bus episode where he played to an empty room and they did this whole concert and they didn't realize that there was nobody in the room because they were all high on acid. I'm like, is that really true?
Yes. And you know what, man? People.
Wait a minute, were you there?
I was not there. No.
Okay.
No. I was still in high school, maybe not even that at that point.
Right.
Yeah. No, I was 19 when I joined the band in 78. So, we're talking about early 70s.
Yeah.
I probably was barely growing armpit hair when that came out.
But I didn't know when that concert event that they played together happened. I don't even know what year that was, but
I'm guessing early 70s.
Yeah, it's just Those stories are just insane. What's your craziest Parliament Funkadelic story that you can freely tell?
God, I should have gotten one ready for you, man. There's just so many to choose from. I almost don't know where to start.
Yeah, man. George has got to be one of these guys he's just a story maker. He's just like everywhere he goes, he's a walking storyline.
Yes.
No matter what he does.
And he creates new ones every day.
Oh my God.
That's the thing, man. It's so many things, man. Like I said, I don't know where to start. Probably after I sign off or something, I'll think, oh yeah, I remember now.
Oh, when you sign off and you think of it, just come back on. And we'll be like, we got people rolling in and out of here all night long. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Once I sign off, I'm gone. My wife and I, we got bottles and cupcakes.
Oh, right. What kind of cupcakes? What kind of cupcakes?
We had some strawberry cheese cupcakes, and she's making a cheesecake.
What?
Along with some
no
sparkling
chocolate.
red. Now, mind you, I don't drink or smoke, but
Okay.
if I'm going to make an exception, New Year's is going to be it.
Yeah.
So,
I'm the same way. I don't drink or smoke either. I mean, I may have an occasional drink if like everybody's doing a party or something like tonight, champagne, whatever. But other than that, it's not really my thing. I will drink though. I don't have a problem with it.
Oh man.
So, but let me just say, before you go,
Yeah.
is your New Year's resolution?
I don't do New Year's resolutions. I just figure if I need to get up off my ass and do something, I'm not going to wait till January 1st to do it. But
Well, what did you start? What's the newest thing that you started?
If it's hot outside and I need to, open the windows or fix the air conditioner or something, I'm not going to wait till winter to do that. But I think, more than anything, just continue to be healthy and maybe develop some practice habits and maybe visit my grandkids more and my kids and all of that stuff, and get so bogged down at work sometimes I'm not sticking my head up out of the ground to see what the family's doing, much to the chagrin of my wife, but she's understanding as to what I do and why I do it. So but that understanding only goes so far.
Just let her know that we're very glad that you're doing it.
Yeah, but here's my thing, for all of those people that are single or in something, whatever, it's like, it's not what you do during the marriage. You win in the selection process. You pick the right person, you'll do all right. You pick the wrong person, it's not going to last. So here I am going into my 22nd year. I think I've picked the right person. So,
well, let's hope so.
Yeah, let's hope.
I'm 25 years in myself, and I was just like, I think I did.
Yeah. And she comes barging through the door and says, "You are not the right person for me." I'm like, oh, well,
It's like, oh, you could have said something earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to be Michael Corleone. Kate, I can change. I promise, I'll change.
Oh my gosh! So when's your next show? When's your next show? When's the next time you got to head out and hit the stage?
I have 2 shows right here in Columbia, Maryland. In fact, January 17th and 18th, I'll be playing with the Chuck Brown Band.
Oh, nice.
Even after his passing, the band goes on. And now it's fronted by Chuck's son, Wiley, who is a dead ringer for his father, except that he doesn't play guitar. But he sounds like him. He's got his mannerisms, the whole enchilada. So I'll be doing that. Then, of course, P-Funk has got a Grammy party this year. And I might be going, or not might be, I will be going back to France later on this summer, do a guest appearance with Shriz and Maze.
Oh, really? Those guys are great. Those guys are great.
Yeah, which I just got finished doing about a month ago. I was over there for 2 weeks with those guys. They play funk the way it should be. And I think the only drawback that they might have, if they have one, is nobody in America is really getting a chance to see them live because they perform almost exclusively in Europe.
Yeah, there's some bands that if they kind of break out, and sometimes it costs money. There is a big band over. It's a 3-piece in Europe called High Fade.
Yeah,
they are phenomenal. They're like the Police, but like a funk version of the Police. It's just three really frenetic white guys, and they're very funky.
So like a white band of gypsies.
Yeah, basically. But luckily they've been able to come over here to the States and actually just drop in, and they just hit a bunch of players. But I guess places. But I know that it's probably because there's only 3 of them, and it's not as expensive as it is if you have a whole huge production or whatever. But
right.
But yeah, for those who don't know the band that he's talking about, as far as Shriz and Maze are concerned, go to the 2020. Go to funkatopia.com and search for Best Funk. And I believe it was last year or the year before that Shriz and Maze's album was on the Best Funk of the Year list. So you can at least be able to check it out and hear some of the music, because they're a really, really good band. I'm glad that you mentioned them.
Now on the subject, for all of those, people that are like, what should I? Guest appearances by yours truly, yes, if that means anything.
It does.
But George is making an appearance on there. George Clinton and Amp Fiddler. Before he passed away, he contributed to that also. So it's definitely got some DNA, for all of those people that's, the whole funk, nothing but the funk.com.
Yeah, I know that George was on that album a couple of years ago, so he did make an appearance. But George kind of hops on a lot of those projects. He was on Shriz and Maze, and then the other project called sorry if there's any kids listening, but there's a band called Octave Pussy that he also plays with, which is just insanely good.
Yeah.
George is once you've got George's stamp, I mean, you have to be legit, because
that's what I'm getting at. George is not going to just be on anything.
That's right.
It has to be of pedigree before he signs on to be a part of the project.
Yeah. And I feel like you're that way too. You're pretty particular about the people that you share the stage with.
I'm not. They come with, they come with a bag big enough. I'm part of it, No, I'm just joking, man. It's one of the things I learned with Prince is about branding. And, one of those things that comes with that is you can't just play with anybody. And
you can.
You can't. No. You if you're serious about you as a career musician and your brand, you can't just play with anybody. I have some friends that it's like, Greg, maybe we want you to be a part of the band. I was like, you and me personally, we're cool, but me and that band, no, I can't do it.
Yeah, it's
and they were understanding. So
I can see that I can see that happening. Yeah. But you want to name those bands?
I'm not going to do that. What do we have? Whoa.
I wouldn't ask you to do that.
Like I said, they're friends, man. So there will be no tossing, long-standing friendships under the bus.
No, it was you knew it was
Yeah, I know.
We when you played with Prince, obviously, I think you had mentioned the last time you were on the show that it was challenging to do that. Has there been any other projects that you've worked on since Prince that you kind of feel like really challenged you as a musician?
There have been a few jazz projects, and I'm a jazz aficionado at heart.
Mm-hmm.
I would be more of a jazz player if I were playing more, but everybody comes to me, hey Greg, play some funk here, some funk there, some salsa here, or whatever. So when I get a chance to play some jazz, I jump at it, because to me it's like sharpening the knife and fine-tuning the scope of my musician, and jazz is really my calling. That's what I started listening to early on, and so I get a couple of those, but sometimes it's just not easy stuff. You have to really, put some work in to present it well. So I've done a couple of those, and much to the surprise of the band leader, not only did I do it, but I memorize all of the stuff. So,
Now, have you been on any jazz recordings lately?
any jazz recordings I probably have, but not every session I do.
You don't remember?
Day.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't recall. Maybe I was. No, I mean, obviously I love to hear your work. It's like certain artists that have a really distinct style. Like when I hear your work, I know it's you. There's like certain people that you hear, like Stevie Wonder's harmonica, or it's like, oh, that's, they're just like really distinct sounds that you can, pick out. And so Renato Neto is another one of these guys. It's like, just amazing artists that if they're on an album, I want to hear it. So that's the reason why I was asking if you were on anything new.
No, I mean, all those old jazz heads will tell you, it's one thing to have a fan and to study your favorite player. But when you step out there, you want to have your own sound and your own voice. Because whoever you're listening to, that person already exists. So add something new to the universe. It doesn't have to be as over the top as a Hendrix or a Train or, some virtuoso Cannonball Adderley or Miles Davis or whatever. It doesn't have to be that, but just be yourself.
Yeah.
As long as you do something good, the audience will find you. So, and I've taken that to heart. After years and years, oh man, I really like this trombone player, and I'm working or something. I was like, but you have to stand back and assess what you do and try to make that something that people might want to do. So now that might be a New Year's resolution, is to put all of this side work down and just finally go ahead and stick my head in and grind out something with my name on it, original tunes or original arrangements or something. Long overdue.
That would be fantastic. I mean, I'm actually surprised that you haven't.
I've gotten started, then I say, okay, this is good. Then I run out of money. Then I make some more money. And then, other things become more important. Maintaining the house and just life, period. And
we'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
Let us, and any marketing at all that you need, just please let us know. We will absolutely help push whatever you need. Maybe a GoFundMe account may be helpful to kind of raise funds for it.
Yeah. I'll get to that. But one thing you might want to, if you can find it, is a cut called Bone Magnet that I did for this group called Dafunk, DAFONK. It's a group out of Belgium, I believe. And the tune is called Bone Magnet. That's probably as close to a single as I've gotten so far.
Just the title itself, Bone Magnet by Dafunk, tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, and I did it. I didn't come up with the name for it. They did that,
Oh, I know, but still, I'll definitely be looking that up. I might look up here in just a second.
Eric Roner, aka Shriz, is also a part of that project. I think he did the horns on it. He and his cohort with the Horn Dogs, and they sent the track to me and said, "Hey, Greg, just bless this thing up." So I said, "Cool." And the next thing I know, there's a cutout called Bone Magnet. So, and I'm pretty proud of it, man. It came out pretty good.
And that's what you were saying earlier, was that you don't know if you're on anything because it may hit the cutting room floor and you may never even see it.
I would say 3/4 of the sessions that I've done in my life have not been released. Like, hey, Greg, can you play on this? Can you play on that? And it's some good stuff, but for whatever reason, whatever marketing is involved or the chain of command, whatever, it just prohibits that from seeing the light of radio day.
Oh, here it is, Bone Magnet.
That's it.
Yeah. That's Bone Magnet by Defunk. And that's all one word, by the way. DAFONK. And it even has you listed on here as, it doesn't say Defunk, it says Defunk with Greg Boyer, Horn Dogs, and Jay Murphy. That's nice. Man, nice. I'm going to get hit by YouTube on that one. I played too long. Oh, man. If you guys want to check that out, that is, it's off their album called So Horny.
Me love you long time.
Oh, my gosh. Well, now I'm going to have 2 live crews stuck in my head now for the rest of the night. Thank you.
Hey, it was a movie before it was a hit record. So
Yeah, I know. Well, sir, I want to thank you so much for taking a little piece of time out of your night to hang with us. Is there anything that you want to promote while you're here? Anything you got going on other than the show that's going to be happening that you got coming up?
Well, I'm also a part of this group called the Jogo Project. I have a horn section here in DC called the Beltway Horns, and the tenor saxophonist Elijah Jamal Balbad, who played with Chuck Brown for a year before he passed, decided that he would do a project, and it was Jogo is jazz and go-go, essentially what it is.
So it's Jogo?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And yeah, I've got my hands and feet deep into that project, and we just released some things lately, including a EP/video. So yeah, that's something I'm really doing a lot of lately also.
That's awesome, man. Man. Well, let me tell you again, thank you so much for coming out and hanging out tonight. And I don't want to get you in trouble because I know you got champagne and strawberry cheese cupcakes.
Hey, look, I just need to be around at 11 o'clock, you know.
Yeah,
I don't want to run up there at 11:59 and it's like, let's do it all before in a minute before they go Happy New Year and stuff. So. And I might get in trouble for saying this, man, but the music they got on these New Year's shows, man, is really awful.
Garbage.
Yeah.
Total garbage.
Now,
really
I will say this. Lenny Kravitz did Are You Gonna Go My Way? The end of that song is some of the funkiest rock and roll you'd ever want to hear in your life.
Yeah, he's amazing. I mean, I was watching, of course I was doing the show, but I was looking in the chat room that some people were watching it.
Yeah.
To both at the same time, and they were saying he killed it. So I'm gonna
multitasking.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do it though.
Yeah.
I can't. That's like quadruple tasking. That's like so much. It's like way too much.
Yeah, that's like juggling 5 chainsaws
Right.
while they're running.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm round of applause for the man himself, Mr. Greg Boyer.
Well, thank you so much. I am humbled.
We are humbled.
And for all that is present, all that is listening, and all that is purple, Happy New Year to everybody.
That Happy New Year to you too, brother.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Greg Boyer, man. Thank you so much. Have
Absolutely,
a good night.
man. Thanks for the invite, man.
Absolutely. Happy New Year.
Okay, get back at you soon.
All right. I hope so.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
All right. That was the one and only, obviously, you know, I told you it's going to be like this all night where we're going to have just one person after another that's going to kind of come in, and I may do a little bit in the middle. I'll consider myself an intermission that you guys don't want. Let's do that. I played the song that he was on, Greg Boyer. I just played his song Bone Magnet. Sorry, I was trying to multitask. This is what happens when you multitask. And man, what was I gonna say? Okay, I I'm going to put Cammie's. We're going to bring our next guest in here, but I'm going to read Cammie's the text first because she said, and it takes up half the screen, Cammie. It says, "Okay, so here is mine. Sorry, folks. My resolutions are to embrace the people who have become my family, mainly purple people, plus my hubby and son, while removing those blood family members who didn't bother to check on me, volunteer to help me after my mom's death, and made me feel less than worthy by the cruel things they have said to me. Then do the work on our house so we can sell it in 2026 and move the hell out of Indiana and on to New Mexico. Lastly, I'm praying next week. I don't know what the rest is going to be, but don't even say it. Cammie, if whatever negative shit that you're typing right now, erase it. Just erase it. Don't even talk about it. And Cammie, if you're listening, time out on your typing. Don't type it. If it's negative, don't claim it. Don't put it out there. Claim positivity. Claim positivity. Don't type it. Just don't type it. Matter of fact, I don't want you typing that stuff at all in 2025. We're gonna get some good things happening. And I know that I'm not alone because my next guest has dealt with a lot of negativity through 2024. This man's been through it, but I consider him a really, really good friend. And I know that his resolution, like mine, is to leave all that negativity and stuff behind. We're just done with it. We're just leave it be. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Damon D is in the house.
What's up, my brother? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man.
Good, bro.
This is what I like to see. This right here is what I like to see. I like to see that smile.
Hey, listen, man. I just saw your thing with Cammie, man, and you're right. Tell her again. Let's just leave it alone. Let it go, because them people that didn't do that, didn't want to be, man, cut it and get it loose. Cut the cord. Yeah.
See, and I think a lot of people don't realize this is that, when you have like a lot of different things that are negative that are happening in your life, every time that you speak it, you either bring it into fruition, or you giving energy to it. Exactly. And it's like, just don't.
Exactly. And that's why I was like, I'm not trying to bring up anybody's name. I'm not going to do it. For me to come on here, brother, it was just to connect with you again, say what's up, and say I appreciate you always inviting me to come to your show. Dude, it's so crazy out here where everybody is and stuff, and it's, that purple world and that whole thing, man. I don't knock anybody for wanting to be a part of the purple world and that whole stuff, but also be paying attention. And as I got a saying that I always say on my pages, right? Stay visually listening to what you see. It's speaking volumes. It's speaking volumes. And if you ain't paying attention, then you can be that horse. You can be that horse and act like you don't see it. Be that. But let it go. It's time to go forward, man. 2025, let's do something and bring some good vibes. Ooh, that's a good one. 2025, like the good vibe.
Yeah. There you go. Sounds like I got a new day design coming.
Yeah, look at here.
Oh man, yeah, I feel that, man, because I think one of the things that I see a lot of people that have like it's like they can never dig themselves out of the hole, and it's a lot of times, strangely enough, it's things that are like out of their control or things that they don't have control of, and they're like, oh my God, why is all this always happening to me? Why is all this stuff always happening to me? Yeah. And I think part of that is because inadvertently, every time that you keep bringing it up, or every single time that you talk about it, or every time that you complain about it publicly, or any time that you say anything out loud to give it life and to give it energy, it's not helping anything. It's allowing you to complain and vent a little bit, but you're still giving it energy. So it's I
had it yesterday. I had it the other day, man. I gave that stuff energy.
I saw.
It didn't stop because it kept coming in my inbox. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I said I was done. But hey, today's a new day. I'm past all that crap. Like I said some things that probably got some people in there. I had to tell them, hey, you got any kids? You better tell them to stay in their room because I'm gonna say some stuff that ain't gonna be right.
I was looking. I was like, oh,
He said I was looking. Yeah, I mean,
well,
you just gotta push forward, bro.
Yeah, I mean, there's people that you brought up that I've had very similar things happen with that individual
situation. Yes,
and I'm just kind of it's just like certain people that are just toxic people, and I kind of feel like it. And sometimes even when I'm even engaging or in a conversation with a toxic person, I then find myself becoming toxic, and it's just like just in order to maintain or to a conversation with this person, I kind of feel like, oh, well, we're just kind of exchanging toxic information. We're kind of keeping this whole thing ball. And then I realized that it just wasn't a good place for me.
No.
It's because you see things happen like attacks on, your friends and people
exactly.
and colleagues and stuff. And you're like, okay, if we're just talking, you feel some sort of way. That's one thing. But, when it starts to feel like, it just doesn't feel right.
When it starts to feel like bashing, when it starts to feel like, you got this hate thing going, it's like my mother used to always say, if you don't like something, stay away from it.
Yep.
Stay away from it. My mother hated the fact that if I said, oh, I hate this, she's like, boy, don't you say that. You say I dislike. You dislike it very strongly. That hate, that's a strong word. And I was, I had to think about that. And dealing with this person, I heard that word a few times when he was speaking to my friend Eric. And I said, hey, dude, I want to hear that. I want to hear you talk about that. I said, I'm here to talk to you about what you did on my stuff. I have some shoes I was selling. You over here telling people that it ain't real. That's not it. And that's not you. And I'm trying to tell you, hey, shut your mouth. Because that is my stuff. And I apologize and blah, blah, blah.
Hold on, Damon, what are we doing right now? You're giving energy to it again. Look, dude, you're giving energy to it again.
Look, hey, no energy to it. Trust me.
It's not 2025 yet. Just get it out. Get it out. You got it. Another couple hours.
I was explaining, I'm just explaining where it is, man. And I had to let him know. It's like that stuff is, it's wrong for people to be that, and I'm trying to, curb myself for different things that's going on in life now and stuff. Like I'm moving forward in the next year, man, and I feel like I got some stuff I'm trying to work on, and I want to get it started, and I'm just, trying to focus on that, my kids, you know what I mean? I got grown kids and they go through things, so I'm trying to be an ear for them, you know what I mean? So it's just what it is now. So, and in the new year, just hopefully everybody can just kind of put your mind on doing something positive for you. Make yourself be something for you. Give yourself some love.
Yeah. So is that? Do you feel like that is going to be your New Year's resolution? Is just obviously you said that it was going to be to leave the negative people, negative situations, and that stuff behind because it just drags you down.
Yeah, it's about right now for me, it's like I gotta. Because I've never felt like I tried to give myself love after all the stuff that I've been through. And I've always looked at everything through the other people's eyes and go, well, maybe they were right. Maybe I did this and I wasn't able to, convince them to be this. And I was always trying to be that good friend to everybody else. But I wasn't thinking about me.
Yeah.
And what I could, bring to the table, what I could do to make myself better for it. So now I'm just kind of staying in my shell. Which is why I made some of the posts I made, today and yesterday was, hey, I gotta focus on me. I gotta focus on, my energy, protecting it. Don't get out here and listen to all the other stuff no more. Anybody that comes at me negative, I just, hey, I bless you. I hope you have a great life. I'm stepping away from you. You know what I mean? It's like, you gotta start doing some different things. You gotta start, making yourself relevant to what you want in life. You can't control what anyone else says, what anyone else does, and how they carry themselves. You can control you.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you can control.
Yeah, So, and that's where we, I think a lot of people don't try to focus on. It's like, whether somebody else says to you, you got to distinguish whether it's worth you even being that anymore. And that the other day I had to, that was a realization that came to my mind after I dealt with it. I was like, you know what? I honestly let this motherfucker get me out of character. Now I got to condition my mind to go forward and say, you know what? I'm better than that. You know what I mean? I can do better. I don't need to, deal with all that stuff. But when it comes to people who I consider a friend, like you, like Eric, like, all the guys that I was in the band with, even though stuff happened between us, I still uplift them, brothers. I still talk about what they are, as musicians, as people, what have you. Things happen.
Mm-hmm. They do. And it's this, there's really no way around it.
Yeah.
It's just, I mean, I tell you, and I think that's, even if it's not your New Year's resolution, I would say that a majority of people, that's what they need in their lives, is they just got to be really, really picky about the people that you surround yourselves with and the situations you put yourself in. And it's,
And you said it all, the people you surround yourself with. And that's what I've read a lot of that, and I've seen a lot of stuff where people are saying, I just got to get the right people around me. You probably already have them around you, and you just ain't really paying attention to it. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. It's
you gotta think about it. It's like, who's actually in your corner? Who are the people that actually mean something to you? That, like I said, on my live the other day, I did give thanks out to you. I just feel like all the people that have given me opportunity to come on shows, podcasts, to talk about Prince, talk about stuff that goes on, and all the things that have been happening in my life and that stuff. It's a blessing, man. It's a blessing that anybody even want to talk to me, because I can be abrasive, very abrasive.
I know.
Stuff I mean, you know what I mean? But I also show a genuine love for all these people, no matter what's going on and stuff. And I'm a people watcher. And I'm generally to myself. If you see me out somewhere, I'm to myself. I'm not really jumping around and trying to be like seen or anything. I don't mind taking pictures. I don't mind shaking hands, saying what's up to everybody. But I am a to myself type person. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
When I'm on stage, I try to bring that energy. You know what I mean? So.
Well, and I think, and I was looking at what Joni said here. She said, I was worried about you, Damon. And that was actually I've seen you become Damien, as you like to say, a few times. And it's not, luckily I've always been a friend, and I've never been on that side. So I'm glad. But I think that was the main thing for me. And I think a lot of people kind of looking from the outside in, when you were so had such a heightened anger about various things. And a few times about this one individual, and I've seen, a couple other things, but also, some of the things that you've been through, and, people are just like, we just want you to be happy and thriving and feeling like you're,
Yeah, well, Joni, don't have to worry. I'm good. Trust me. My blood pressure ain't high.
We love to see you smile, Damon. See, that's what we like.
Hey,
that's what we like right there.
Hey, man, listen, I'm good, man. Trust me. I just don't like people doing stupid crap.
I know.
And I'm just that person, man. If I'm kind of close to somebody and I feel a certain way about it, I'm gonna voice my opinion about it, because I know it's just not. If I have somebody come to me and that dude Chris, I'd be like, so you need to tone that down, because right now you're not talking to the right person. That's just who I am, and I it's always gonna be that way. But I'm good, Joni. I am fine. Trust me. Yeah. Trust me. I'm good. I'm smiling. I'm not Damien tonight. I'm talking to Chris.
Anytime that you feeling depressed or feeling upset about something or feeling whatever, you have my number, and you have lots of people's number. But just always know that my phone line is always open whenever you want to vent or talk about anything. And I
got a handful of people's numbers who I consider friends that I can talk to, and but I'm not always gonna. I guess I'm just one of the people that, if I'm going through something, I will tone myself down, go in a box, stay quiet, stay away from everybody, until I'm processing what it is, and then I move forward from there. You know, I've never been one to call up my friends and bicker about some shit that I'm more or less I'm gonna handle it myself. You know what I mean? But I appreciate the extension, you know, of saying that, you know, and I got a few people. There's only a handful of people that got my number, and you're one of them. So there ain't a whole lot of people that got my number now. It's like I changed my number, and people was like, "Oh man, I get." But the one that when I changed my number, I'm gonna tell you what was really funny with me, Chris, was there was people that I was cool with, who I thought I was cool with, who I used to run on that road with, as I was saying, ain't even tried to reach out. But they're the ones that was like yourself, like Craig Alexander,
Eric Rogers. Yeah.
They like, once they saw my number was gone, they were like, oh, wait a minute. And it was like, well, okay, so you hit me up on Messenger, and it was like, man, I tried to call that old number. You know, got a new number, you know, and that was the only way anybody could get back to me. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that. I appreciate you when you reached out. You know what I mean? And Craig and Eric. You know, it's like I didn't ask nobody anything. I didn't care if anybody else had my number anymore. It's like you weren't checking on me to see how I was doing. I'm good now.
Yeah, we're pretty protective about our purple family, so
well, I'm protective too. You know what I mean? So
I know.
I appreciate it. You know, that's what it is.
And passionate. We'll go with passionate.
Call it passionate. Okay, I'll use that one. I'm passionate. When I'm Damon, I'm passionate. I mean, when I'm Damien, I'm passionate. Or both of them, I'm passionate.
Yeah, we'll go with passionate. Well, Damon, you got anything going on? Anything you want to promote? I know people can still get day stuff, right?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm you know, financially, I'm trying to, you know, work around some things to try to build it to the point where I can get, you know, the right size. Because I was getting people that were like 5Xs, and I was going, I don't have no 5Xs. And I'm like, okay, I got to find some company that'll work all that stuff. So I still can, you know, I'll do it if there's enough orders. If there's
I got
enough stuff for me to do.
The same thing with the Funkatopia gear. Every single bit of Funkatopia stuff is all embroidered. And there's not really a lot of made to order type of embroider stuff. You have to like guess, well, maybe I'll get a couple larges and a couple extra larges. And the sizes that you don't expect are just, you know, it's like I ordered a bunch of like XLs and 2XLs and things like that, thinking, I mean, I've seen folk.
Yeah.
I'm like, they're probably going to need bigger sizes. But then all the smalls and mediums come out of the woodworks, and it's like, we're doing.
Like you know, for example, Cammy. Look, Cammy's a little bitty, petite little lady. She said, when you going to get the extra small? I was like, extra small? Well, where am I going to find that at? You know,
She's putting it on her dog.
You know, and I'm just trying to figure out ways so I can accommodate everybody. So that, you know, all the stuff I have for day, like I had certain ones that were like really popular with people, and they wanted it, and I couldn't, you know, like I can't get that size. So now I'm gonna focus on more of that going into 2025. I actually had a hoodie made up from me. Paisha, thank you. She made this hoodie for me, dude. It is like the dopest hoodie I've had. I don't do hoodies.
Okay.
You know, so it was like, you know, and I'll send you a picture when we get off. So I don't want everybody to see it yet, but.
Oh no, I'm going to show it. I'm gonna screen capture it, and I'm gonna put it on social.
Look, it's dope, though. But that's what I'm trying to lean forward. But other than trying to get day rolling a little more, I think I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna sit down and really focus on the rest of my book that I'm trying to do. And I think the goal is to try to get that done before summer.
Yeah. I mean, and let us know when it's, you know, stuff is available, because obviously we'll help you push it. So
yeah, I know, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm just gonna work on that stuff there, man, and then also work on my piece. You know.
Yeah, that's.
I don't have anything else I want to try to, you know, do right now. I've come to the realization I probably won't be on anybody's stage pulling out that energy.
Yeah.
But I will be bringing my energy another way, you know, through day gear, through trying to get this book done, and just I'll be silent. I'll be visually listening, but I'll be silent.
I'll see. So you guys don't know Daddy is going to be the next FUBU. Watch.
Boo-boo.
Watch.
We'll see. We'll see. I got some design stuff that I hadn't put out there yet, and I got a couple people I proof it on, and they be like, "Oh my God, that's dope," and I'm like, "Okay." And they go, "Well, I want to be first to get it." I'm like, just calm down. You can't just saying you the first.
Cammy says, "I need a hoodie like yesterday." Okay,
oh
so
my God, is it gonna be an extra small?
yeah, all right, just so you know, when you order them, you got to make sure you get an extra small hoodie.
Extra small for Cammy. I got it. A hoodie. I got it.
Oh my gosh! Before I let you go,
Okay.
you need to know what. Actually, I don't need to know. I already know what it is. We've been talking about it the whole time you've been on. I was like, well, "What's your New Year's resolution?" We've just been talking about it.
My
it's
New Year's
all
resolution. Well, it's interesting. It's to keep my peace. My energy. Focus on yourself, self-love, and just try to move forward, man. Don't let anybody kill your dreams, because I've had that done. So don't let nobody tell you can't do something. You know what I mean? It's like I had that all my life, and it spilled into my elderly age. It's like, why is everybody, but you have people out there that's always going to be somebody that don't think you should be whatever you're trying to do. So your focus is to say to yourself, I can do whatever I want to do. I can make this happen. And if you need somebody to give you some support, hey, I'll support you. I'll tell you, hey, you can do this. You can do whatever you want to do. Don't let anybody deter what you're trying to do in your life. So, stick to your little circle of people who love you.
Yep.
Just certain amount of people who love you.
Yep. That's right. Just make sure that there's only people that you surround yourself with, and
yourself with that positive energy.
Yourself. Yeah, man.
That's it. So again, I want to shout out to you, Jeff. I forgot to mention Jeff Page. That's your partner in crime. I have to thank y'all, man. The Electric Vibe, Jay Silva and Kurt. Eric, my guy. Craig Alexander down in Houston, man. I got a slew of friends. I got a brother named Chris Scott who has really been a savior for me since I went through my transaction of getting out of Minnesota and all that. This brother was like amazingly, just like I've been knowing him for years, but I never asked him for anything. And he saw me struggling. He saw me going through something, and he's like, "Hey, man, I need you to why don't you come over here and stay for a day and do that?" And I needed that. I didn't have anybody that was willing to do that for me. So there's a handful of people that I see like that. You know what I mean? So shout out to them people, man, and yourself. I appreciate, letting me come on y'all's show, run my mouth, talk a little bit about everything. And that's just been the blessing for me through the last year.
Yeah, we got nothing but love for you, Damon. You know that.
Oh, Michael Dean. Michael Dean. Let me get Michael Dean in there, bro.
I can't shout out Michael Dean's name enough because he was very, very, very integral in the growth of Funkatopia and getting it, giving me advice that kind of help it get to a stable level. And he's a great dude. It's a good dude.
Well, Michael Dean was actually the first dude that put me on a podcast. And and it was funny because we talked and then we looked up and he was like, "Dang, man, we're going on 3 hours." I was like, "What?" So shout out to Michael Dean, being the first person that actually asked me to talk about something. So
yeah, we're always going to be here for you. And all I got to say, obviously in closing, is Happy New Year, Damon. I hope you have a fantastic year.
You too, man.
And, man, we'll talk. We'll talk soon.
Yes,
you got my number. If you need to chat about anything, you just let me know.
Yes, sir. Got you, man. Appreciate it, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only Damon D in the house.
Man. Appreciate it.
Have a good one.
All right.
That's the one and only Damon D. And a lot of people don't know because, some people don't really know a lot about Damon, but, Damon's been in the mix for a really long time as far as the purple community is concerned. He was in Purple Rain. He's been performing obviously with NPG, was performing with NPG, even posthumously. And man, the last time I got to see him perform was playing with NPG in Atlanta at the Tabernacle, the new Tabernacle, which I'm not a fan of the club, but obviously NPG was there. And I was given the honor of being able to introduce NPG, which is the second time I got to do that, because the first time was actually in Minneapolis. And I actually got to get on stage in Minneapolis and introduce New Power Generation. And so I love when Damon's there, because again, the last time I saw them was performing in Atlanta at the Tabernacle, and just I know that he's not typically holding an instrument in his hand, but the amount of energy and hype and that he brings to the stage when he's up there is just immeasurable. It's one thing, everybody, has their part. But I just kind of felt like he was always the Flavor Flav of NPG, you know what I mean? He was always the one that just brought the energy, He was just like, pow, that's Damon D. He's the dude. You can say what you want. All you naysayers can say what you want, but that's Damon D right there. Who's my next guest? Yeah, he's the hype man. That's right. Damon. That's right. Lenny. Damon is the hype man. He's the man. Who's my next guest? Man, she's been on here a few times. And the reason why she's been on here a few times is because I love her dearly. It's the one and only Sheila, a.k.a. Amuka from Brides of Funkenstein. What is up, young lady?
You are so sweet. And I love you, because what you do for the community is just amazing. You are doing the assignment. You got the assignment right. You got it right.
Hope so.
You're awesome. And I have to, if you tell me you're on, I'm going to be there. I'm going to show up. I have to. I don't even know what you've been doing for 8 o'clock till 10, but I normally come in at the beginning, but I'm like, let me just ease up a little bit. And I'm very happy to be here. You're awesome.
It seems to kind of always work out. My birthday was the weirdest one because
that's awesome.
I didn't know that all those people. I didn't know those people were going to show up.
A lot.
It's like, holy cow! It just had this laundry list of people.
It was amazing. So we wanted to make sure you have a very happy new year, and 2025 it will be amazing. Trust me.
Yes.
Wow. I don't even know. I'm excited.
I know that we played a little bit of a part of helping you and Dawn Silva actually kind of get back into the mix. Do we have anything more concrete in regards to the Brides of Funkenstein and anything?
We're working on some things now. We're definitely in communication, and we definitely know that we really care about each other. And it's bad. You know what? If anybody's out there and you have some kind of rift with somebody, may I suggest that you just go and make peace with that person, because it'll be helpful to you. And you'll say, why did I wait so long to do that? Because there's really no time now left really to be angry. There's no time for anger.
Man, the theme for the night. That is the theme for the night.
Yes, there's no time for anger. It's only love. 2025, let it be about love, happiness, and having as much fun as possible, as long as you're on this earth. And that's what I'm pushing out there. That's my resolution.
Yeah. Regardless of who is in office.
Oh God, please. Oh. Wow. Well, you know what somebody told me? My friend told me that when they hacked the Treasury, that's like an act of war. And that Biden can say, I evoke I will remain president because it's an act of war. He can actually do that. And they have to prove that he was complicit in order for something like that to stick. No. He doesn't have to be complicit. Anytime there's an act of war, the acting president can remain in position, because that is an act of war. That's treason to hack our treasury. That's an act of war.
Yeah.
Seriously. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen, but did you see the newest thing that he and Elon Musk did something with Twitter that they may be in trouble for as far as the election?
That
just came out. I probably don't know the whole thing, but I just saw a little bit. I'm like, okay.
It's the whole. I mean, to have somebody as powerful as Elon, on your as one of your constituents is the man can do a lot of things. He's a very smart dude.
You know, there is actually a person that's more rich than he is. He's a zillionaire. It's coming out actually tomorrow. It's called Die or something about dying. He doesn't want to die. He has so much money that he's spending all this money on himself because he doesn't want to die. Did you?
I don't know
that?
his name, but I know who you're talking about.
Yes, it's coming out. It's a documentary that's coming out on Netflix January 1st about Don't Die. I think it's called Don't Die. But this guy's a zillionaire. I didn't even know that was a real. I didn't know that term was actually that somebody actually was a zillionaire. He is a zillionaire. How about that? I mean, really? Tech is where it's at because he's a tech guy, and he's a zillionaire. So there we go. If you want to be billionaire, go and explore the tech world. I'm just saying.
That's crazy. It's just amazing. So what? I mean, besides Brides of Funkenstein stuff that's just kind of been in the works.
Right.
What else? What else you got going on? You actually sent me some tracks that I have not had an opportunity to listen to yet. Tell me about those.
I have a hit song right now. It's called "Party Up in Here," and it's pretty funny because the guy I did it with DJ Industrial Badger, which I've brought him up on here several times. He did not know about Party Up in Here. At least I don't think he did. That it was on the Brides album. He didn't know about that. So he renamed the song Party Up in Here. The song originally we put out like a year or two ago, and it got like 5.5 million streams. But then we did a video that pulled it off, and he didn't really deal with it anymore. So now he revamped it, did it all together. We put it out again, and they're going nuts. And then he renamed it Party Up in Here, which I thought was pretty interesting because I didn't suggest it. It was his suggestion. And we did a non-explicit version, which there's a little bit of cursing in there, not intentionally.
Here's the taste.
It's really good.
It
is. The DJs are going crazy. I love when they ask me, they're like, "Oh, can we get a non-explicit version for the radio?" That is exactly what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
And there's this big deal saying, "All to Europe."
There you are.
Next to mine, keep moving, mine. Let me feel you. I know I can't help it. I always want to sing.
I find this interesting. It's just, and this is big over where
it's everywhere. It's here in the States as well.
It's here in the States now.
Yes.
Wow. Is that where it started, or was it? I thought it was. Wasn't there a European track that you had sent me that was like it's like massively huge on the dance floors over there right now, and that you're on?
That's probably, was that before this one? Because this
I think so.
Bougie was another song that I did before this one.
Yeah, I think that was it.
Bougie, but that did well. But this one is even bigger because they're going absolutely. It's amazing that the response is amazing. I don't know if it's because I'm saying a curse word. I have no idea. But,
one curse word that you said and looped it over.
Yes. The MF word. It's like when I was watching Cross. Okay, I love Cross. Cross is great. 2024. He says, "You had me at MF." I was like, wow, that word's been used a lot. So I only said it one time in the original mix, and then he did it like a bunch of times. I'm like, why'd you do it so many times? He said, I don't know. But people love it for some really weird reason. I don't know, but I'm happy. I love that they love it. And the DJs they're going crazy. I mean, there's Don Diablo. I don't think I've ever heard of this DJ, but he's really big, like Tiesto or somebody. And he picked it up. Tracy Young. I'm going to actually be doing some things with her. We're doing a project now. She heard the song and she's like, okay, let's do it. I love this business. But you know, one of my friends in New York, she was telling me that there's nothing going on in New York musically. Like a lot of people moved out of the country when you know who won. They literally left the country. She said music is like really like shut down right now. And I'm like, well, that's my time to get in there and tear it up. I mean, really, because I love music. I'll never stop. Nobody's going to make me stop doing music. I'm sorry. Not going to happen.
You shouldn't.
So, yeah, I'm really excited. It's on, it's called Party Up in Here. It's a Mooka and Image Promotion and whatever, all the DJ Industrial Badger, but it's going to be, it's really doing well. And I'm really over the top. So,
well, they have it on Spotify. If you look for Party Up in Here, it's listed as Brides of Funkenstein. And then DJ.
What?
It's listed as Brides of Funkenstein.
Oh, yeah, because I did a Brides of Funkenstein Party Up in Here.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, on the Never by Texas album.
And they're attached to, yeah.
My head is fine. I don't know if you ever heard that. Bad
Huh?
Time, Perfect Time. It's a whole different song. But this is the 2025 party up in here. All like a different song, but it's a whole different movement. You know, it's about let's have fun. Let's
Yeah,
party.
it's
I
the
mean,
industrial. It's like the techno. It's
yeah, it's
the
techno.
techno riff. Yeah, yeah. Which
And the guy that is very rich, he's a tech guy. Just want to throw that in there. He's the zillionaire is a tech guy. I don't know, but it seems like you can become a zillionaire in tech. I didn't know that. That's interesting.
well, so
I did.
I got to ask. I
Yes.
always ask before people go. I know you've kind of alluded to a little bit as far as like, leaving the negativity behind, which again has been like the common theme across the board. Is that the only New Year's resolution that you currently have? Any other resolutions?
To become a billionaire.
Billionaire. Why are you stopping at billionaire?
A zillionaire. Okay, there we go. Zillionaire, because if you reach that high, you might reach billionaire. That's why not? I saw zillion. Why not? I could be a zillionaire if he could be a zillionaire. Any one of us could be a zillionaire. So let's go for zillionaire. Let's go for zillionaire. My resolution is to be a zillionaire so I can help as many people as possible. The more money you have, the more people you can help. I know that's true. Yes.
Rachel Armstrong Clinton
Yes.
said, "Hi guys, I see my girl Sheila Brody Amuka. Love you, Funkadelic."
Now, Rachel and I are going to do a podcast, and we're going to ask you for your amazing assistance because we have no idea. But you are a master at this, obviously. And I don't know why it didn't hit me. I'm like, wait a minute, Rachel. He knows everything about it, and maybe he'll just guide us into that. We want to do a show together because she's George's niece, and she's got a lot of stories, and I have stories. And we wanted to put them together, and she's one of the most amazing people I've ever known. She's so wonderful. She took care of her mother, and now I'm taking care of my mother. So she's been my inspiration and my support through all of this craziness. She's been there, and she's like an amazing soul. And I just want to do a podcast with her. And Christopher, you're the man. I don't even know.
I will not even charge you for it. I will help you. And the only thing I would ask is, Rachel, talk to your uncle and get him on the show.
Oh, we're going to do that. We already put that in place. Like when he's coming here and we're both going to be a real double team. And like, look, he going to help us with this podcast. So you got to help us. You're going to be on. He'll be on there. Don't worry. We'll get to him. We're going to get to him. But you got to send me some of the stuff that he will remember. Like, you remember this guy, da, 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 da. And then just to make him remember you, and just if he knows you're affiliated with Prince, I think that's a big deal.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've had so many people on the show. Just got done having Greg Boyer was just on.
Greg Boyer.
He was just on just 2 guests before you.
Damn.
And I've had Garrett Scheider on the show multiple times. He's a really, really good friend. And Bootsy Collins has been, that's obviously, predating, but Bootsy Collins has been on here. So yeah, George.
It's time. It's time. Okay.
Jesse Johnson's been on here, and obviously I know he has ties with Jesse too. So
I'm gonna do a TV show, Pulse Radio, Pulse. And I'm gonna talk about, like, I finally saw the Tear the Roof Off documentary for the first time.
Ooh, really?
Yeah. And I wasn't very happy. I'm just going to tell you the truth. I think George, there are a lot of people there that went a little overboard as far as George. I mean, how can you talk about somebody when you have dirt on your own rock? I'm just saying, I'm looking at this and I'm like, now, I was only in there like very briefly because I said a lot of nice things about George, and that was all edited out. So what was in there, what they thought was like negative, but I didn't say anything. I wouldn't participate in. My mom always taught me, you don't air your dirty laundry from your family to the world. You just don't do that. So that's something I was grown up. I grew up with that. And George gave me tremendous opportunity. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think I'd be married to my husband right now if I wasn't a Bride of Funkenstein, because he was trying to find out if the Brides of Funkenstein were going to ever perform in Detroit again. And he talked to all of us, and somehow he and I got together and we got married. He's my soulmate. So without George, I don't think I'd have my soulmate right now. So it's a big deal.
And I couldn't find no videos of y'all.
And he couldn't find any videos of the Brides of Funkenstein performing. He was like, there's no videos. Where are the videos? He was like freaking out. Singing Never Buy Texas from a Cowboy. Never could find it. So thank you, George, because he did. I can't be mad at him. I'm sorry. I mean, nobody's perfect, Christopher. You know that.
Yeah, I know.
Flaws, but he is in no way Puffy or a Jay-Z. I'm gonna say that straight up. Because somebody said to me, Is he another Puffy? No, he is not. Or Diddy, whatever y'all want to call him. No,
No,
he's not.
it wasn't even that. I mean, and they're not trying to paint him that way. The only
Are
thing
you
they
kidding me? Did you
the
see that?
only
Did
thing
you
they're
see
trying to paint him as, the
Did you
only
see-
thing I've seen that they've tried to paint him as was all
monster?
the debacle in the 70s with the cocaine and all that stuff and getting
But he
people.
didn't.
That's
But
what
they
they
were.
tried to
But
paint him.
I'm saying they were all participating. Okay.
Oh, sure.
But why is it all just George's fault? That's all I'm saying. I mean, I was
Oh,
there. I know
right.
what really happened.
Exactly.
And I have to give my point of view. I'm not saying that everybody's entitled to their opinion, but I can say what my experience is with George, and that's going to be on Pulse TV 20. It's gonna happen. I don't care. I have to do it. My friend woke up and saw me on the documentary. He was like, Sheila, you're gonna have to watch it if we're gonna do this show. So that's what made me watch it.
What is
They
Pulse
ostracized
TV?
me. They came here and they did a Q&A, and he paid people, but he did not invite me. So I'm like, okay, I don't know what I don't know, but that's fine. Now I can give my perspective. I'm tired of people coming up to me and say, "Is George as bad as they say he is?" No, that's oh my God.
What?
Everybody has their own personal experience with him. I mean, I'm not saying he was perfect. Okay, none of us are. We all
No.
strive to be, but we're not. And I can only talk about my experience. I can't talk about their experience. If that was their experience, okay, but I have a right to tell my experience. That's what I intend to do. Because I'm sorry, George gave me a space to jump from, and I've been jumping.
That,
That platform.
I mean, he has helped launch the careers of a lot of
people,
and he has supported a
Nobody's talking
lot
about
of
that.
people. And every single time that you see a Parliament Funkadelic concert or a P-Funk All-Stars or whatever the variant, there are always a lot of people that he is supporting on that stage that he doesn't have to, because he could go out there with a bare minimum band, maybe a couple of singers, and put on a damn good show. But he has always been very, very gracious about.
He is Mr. Entertainment. Yes,
like,
he is.
come on,
My other friend is Dr. Entertainment. George is Mr. Entertainment. I'm sorry. I learned so much from him as far as my stage show, my stage presence, how to interact with the crowd. They love him. They just love him. And he always told me something else that I found really amazing. He said, don't ever disrespect your fans. Like if somebody comes up to you and they want an autograph, you take the time and you give them an autograph, because without your fans, you're not a celebrity. Yeah, and that's just the way it is. So you should. I've seen people say, people come up and want an autograph. Oh, not now. No, I would never do that. If they want an autograph, I don't care. I will comply. That's what I learned. And he taught me something else that I want to say. He said, if you think you're so full of yourself, he's like, Sheila, nobody really cares. He said, you need to go in the bathroom, say it in the toilet, then flush it, because that's what nobody else cares about how badass you think you are yourself. So he was telling me to temper your ego. Like, don't let your ego control you. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, this guy, he always seems to have some of the best sayings and
yes. Get in
got,
where you fit in. Fake it till you make it. Get in where you fit in. Those were two things that just, resonated. And I want everybody out there to feel validated in this life. That is very important, because, that's life itself. You are already validated. You're born. When you were born, that is your validation. So don't ever feel like you're not good enough. You're not this, because you are. And nobody's better than anybody else, Christopher. I just don't believe it. We're all the same. We have the same faculties. We have the same everything. And nobody should ever look down on somebody else, because nobody has the right to look down on anyone else, because we are all the same. And I'm a spiritual person, so I think we're all God's children. And that's why I feel like we are here to assist each other on this journey. So what I'm going to say to people is make an effort to assist someone on their journey. And when you do that, you will be rewarded. You're rewarded because you're doing something that you got the assignment right. And when you get the assignment right, you get rewarded, period. So that's just how I feel.
Yeah, I think
so. You are an angel, Christopher, and I mean that. You do so much for the community, and I want to acknowledge you for what you do. And 2025 is going to be a big year for everybody. I just want you to know that this song is taking off in a way I just can't even explain. And I have other ones coming out, and I'm I'm just happy and excited about life. Be happy and excited about life and know that life is beautiful. Get up in the morning and say that to yourself, no matter what the situation is, no matter what your situation looks like, just keep thinking what you desire it to look like. That is the most important thing. And it will be.
Yep.
I think believing is seeing, not seeing is believing. Believing is seeing. That's the trick.
Well, I'm just glad that we continue to be able to see you working, and you're continually putting out new music. It's like every time I love the fact that you release a single and then like a month later you're like sending me another one. You're like, look, and I was like, all right, girl, go. Go.
I went to the ones I do with Tracy Young. She's a pretty big deal. And I really love her. She's done mixes for me in the past, and we're actually going to do a project. So I'm pretty excited about that. That's going to be really good. And I have these other projects coming out. The one, Don't Treat Me Like I'm Invisible. That is like a very important project to me. It validates, like I remember homeless people when I lived in New York feeling like nobody even saw them or gave them any validation that they existed because they had nothing to offer. So it's like, they told me, this guy said, he said, it's not about the fact they won't give him money. He said, what hurts him more is the fact that they won't even acknowledge him as a human being, as a person. Like they treat him like he's invisible. So the Invisible song is for anyone in this life who's ever felt that there's no validation. I want them to be validated with the song, so they don't have to feel that way. That I kind of write all my songs, they have causes, and I really want to make a difference in the world. I really want, when you leave here, you're not remembered for what you do for yourself. You're remembered for what you do for others. So that if you want to leave a mark, do something for somebody else.
Yeah, that's
and what you do, like what you do, Mr. Man, you will be remembered. Seriously,
I hope so.
A lot for a lot of people. You have.
I just don't know where I'm going to hand it off, because it's like I have like literally hundreds, if not thousands of hours of video and audio of interviews and stuff that I've done, plus like dozens and dozens of songs of me. And I'm just like, if something were to happen to me,
no,
would everybody know? I mean, something's going to happen to me, but would everybody know where to get this information? You know, where to be able to get, you know, who's going to access it and document it and keep. I actually gave Dwayne Tudall, who you met on my birthday bash,
right.
Dwayne Tudall, who is the author of actually these these 4 books right here. He's got like amazing. He's just an amazing author. I actually gave him access to my Google Drive where all of my videos and stuff are. I was like, dude, I just have to. You are like a documentarian, and I just trust that if something happens, I know that you'll step in.
I'm going through something like that right now. The song Invisible was written with my friend Louis Ballo. Louis died before we could put the song out. And we don't know how to access his information because he had a whole lot of other songs that we did together. And that's what we're going through right now. We're trying to talk to the family. So what you're doing is brilliant, because we don't have a way to find those other songs. We don't know what we're doing. We don't know I don't think he had like what you had. I don't think he did a drive with someone and you can find this there. He didn't do that. So what you're doing is definitely smart. I mean, it's necessary because nobody's going to be able to find anything unless you direct them. Because we're having a hard time finding the rest of the song. So I'm going through that right now. And God rest your soul, Louis Ballo, one of my best friends. He's gone. He was separating 2 dogs, a Rottweiler and a pit bull. They weren't even his, and he had a heart attack. I'm like, what? I didn't even know he was sick. You know, it's like, and I kept telling him, Louis, you shouldn't separate those dogs. Probably really dangerous. Oh, Sheila, I got this, because I heard him do it. And then when I found out that's how he died, I was just crushed.
I mean, the heart attack is horrible, but I mean, I thought the story was going to go differently when you told me it was a Rottweiler and a pit bull. I was like,
yes.
I don't know that I want to hear the story.
I never would have separated those 2 dogs. Never even attempted.
Oh yeah, no, you just kind of just let them fight it out.
And they weren't even his dogs. He was pet sitting for a friend. So,
oh my God,
I love you.
We lost a lot of great ones.
I'm sorry you're gone, but hey, what I'm doing now. He was the one that when I did Appreciate Me, which is my biggest EDM song, Louis was the one that made that happen. And we finally got the chance to work together. And then he passed away before we could put the song out. So Louis, this is for you. I'm everything I'm doing, I want to make sure that he will never be forgotten.
Yeah, you just got to just sit down and just document your stuff and just make sure it's all in one place, and that again, people know how to get to it, because we are all of our days are numbered. Sorry all of our days are numbered. You have to make sure that you don't know when it's going to be, but you have to make sure that people know how to get to everything and be able to continue with their lives. And especially if you're over somebody, or you're financially responsible for somebody, make sure that those people can survive once you're gone.
When you're gone, right?
And know how to do it. I mean, it's such an important thing to do. I mean, it's just my wife's grandfather. He was in the military. He was actually in World War II. I think it was two wars of Korea. But he when he died, he literally had this little book that was just like a journal type of book.
Wow.
Everything was in there, like down to like the nickel, like what goes where and what the password is to this. And then you need to do this, and then you need to do that. And it was just like, they said it was like amazingly succinct, and it was like, okay.
That's really smart. I'm serious. And it's something I do want to share with people. My friend called me from New York, and he works in all the New York operating rooms, all the New York hospitals. And he didn't know my mom had dementia. And he just tells me, he was whispering to Sheila. I don't know if I told you on the last one, but I got to tell this every time I have to tell people. Curcumin, which is the active ingredient in turmeric that gives turmeric its properties, prevents Alzheimer's and dementia.
Yeah, I think you told me on the phone. I don't know that you ever said it on here, or maybe
it prevents cancer, and it stops cancer. I know people that have survived taking it. I know this to be true from my own case studies. I know people that survived cancer like years and years and years ago, and they were prescribed curcumin by Sloan Kettering Hospital, prescribed it to my friends, 500 milligrams a day. And he beat cancer. That was like 12 years ago. He had stomach cancer, stage 3 or 4. He beat it. He's still alive. He's running around. I know so many people have taken curcumin and survived cancer. I have to say it, because those two things, you talk about survival, cancer and Alzheimer's and dementia. Oh my God, it's one disease you never want to encounter.
I know a couple of people that have cancer right now that they're fighting it. So
oh my God, are you serious? Okay, 500 milligrams a day. Absolutely. It definitely, I take it every day because I want my mind to be clear. I want my mind to be, I want to protect my mind and my memory as much as possible. Because once you lose that, nothing else matters. Once your memory's gone, it's gone. Everything goes. So that is my, okay, people, go to the health food store and get you some curcumin and take it every day. It gives you energy. It's an anti-inflammatory. Look it up. And also black seed oil. Black seed oil, what it does is, how people go to have dialysis. Black seed oil removes the toxins that are left behind by the medications that we take, that stores itself when people have to get dialysis. So it removes all those toxins so you don't have to get dialysis.
Dr. Sheila.
I'm not a doctor, but I do know my stuff.
Tell this man to be quiet. This ain't his interview.
He's like, Dr. Sheila.
Just with him.
But I want to share this with people because I really love people. I love people, and I want to, in any way I can help them to navigate this journey and be as healthy as possible. I'm going to do that.
Yeah.
So there you go. Get you some curcumin. January 1st, go to the store, get you some curcumin. Look it up. Google it. If they don't believe me, Google it. It'll blow your mind.
Yeah, I think I did Google it when we talked on the phone. We talked, it was one of the times that we talked, and you told me about it. I looked it up. I was like, because my mom is having they just found cancer in one of her breasts. She's older, obviously, but but it's like really low stage right now. So
you need to get her some curcumin ASAP, like tomorrow. Get your mama some curcumin, at least 500 milligrams a day, every day. I take it every day. I give it to my mom who has dementia. My mother had incontinence for like a year and a half. And all of a sudden she's remembering that she has to go to the bathroom. That is bizarre. Her doctors are flipped out about that because that doesn't happen. but I've been giving her curcumin. I started giving her curcumin anyway. So it's we have to help each other in any way we can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, this journey is something else, man. And wow, in the music business, we're not even going to talk about that, are we?
No, it's it's becoming very, very difficult for musicians to really make money, especially with streaming and with the amount of money that musicians get paid for streaming. It's like not
ridiculous. How do those people get away with that? That's the streaming people. How do they get away with that low amount that they pay?
Well,
they don't do anything. That's crazy to me.
Musicians want to be able to get their music heard by the widest audience they possibly can. And unfortunately, Spotify has a massive, massive audience. And I mean, hundreds and hundreds of millions of people have Spotify installed on their phones. And if an artist can put their music out there to get it heard, which will possibly get them traction, because a lot of money that artists make are from touring. And so if they can get a little bit of traction and actually sell merchandise and stuff, then it's kind of like a little bit of a balancing act. Okay, well, how do I,
performances are the main way to get paid.
Yeah, it's
your merchandise. Because selling a CD, it's too easy for them to download your stuff nowadays. I mean, it's like your songs now are just like calling cards. Oh, here's my calling card. Like, I'm not going to get paid for this, but this is what else I do.
Well, what's funny is that I know artists that don't put their stuff on Spotify, and it's actually, I mean, it's kind of a detriment to them from a marketing standpoint. But on the same note, they kind of feel like, look, if you're going to pay me 0.00001 every single time, that's insane.
I can't even. Okay, is there anything that we can do to change that as a community?
Well, I think there's been attempts. I mean, I know that Jay-Z tried it with Tidal, just kind of making things a little bit more fair as far as the balance, but it's like instead of 0.00001,
that's why Jay-Z's in
001. Zero. I don't know what it is.
Challenge the powers that be. It seems like a dangerous thing to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. The music industry has changed so much for me right now. I've always loved it. But the atmosphere right now is like super scary to me.
Well, the music is right now that's out is, to me, in my opinion, is very, very disposable. We were actually talking, Greg Boyer was just on, and Greg was saying, he said most of the music that's out there now is horrible, is what he said. And I followed up with garbage. I just got to
be considered. Yeah. It is not the best.
Yeah. It's just not great.
Well, I will continue to make great music as long as I can, and hopefully there'll be. But it's weird because you don't want to sound like the music that's out there, But you gotta kind of, I don't know. It's a tricky game. As
long as you enjoy what you're doing, then that's really all that matters. So
I love what I do. I love it. I love being a music. I love doing music, writing music, publishing. I'm a publisher, writer, everything. I love doing it all. But I think you should wear as many hats as possible. Nowadays, one hat is not going to get it anymore. I'm sorry. Not going to get it because you're a musician and a singer and a songwriter yourself. So how do you feel about this climate?
It makes it less, there's a positives and negatives. The positives it's easier than ever for brand new artists, especially young artists, to be able to get an audience relatively quickly because of the amount of saturation that you can get by just putting your stuff on Spotify. And a lot of people don't realize this, but putting your music on Spotify is very friggin' easy.
Yes,
you can utilize something like SoundCloud, and SoundCloud will automatically distribute your music to Spotify, to iHeartRadio, to Apple Music. It just automatically just throws it out to everybody. So being able to be heard is easier than ever, which, that was the challenge. I mean, I don't even have to go out with my bag full of cassettes and, trying to hope that I meet somebody and talk them into, playing the tape.
Yeah,
I don't even have to leave my bedroom and I can get it distributed. But on the same note, because of that, that's kind of the reason why the music climate right now is that music is disposable, is because people are absorbing such a high quantity of music that just like in, out, in, out.
The attention span is very, very short now. Very short.
Everything that's on top 40 radio right now, 6 months from now, it'll be a whole new set of songs, and whatever was there before is just gone.
That's why I feel very blessed, because and one of the DJs told me, said, Sheila, every song you put out has longevity. It doesn't like come and go. I mean, Appreciate Me is still killing it. Never by Texas. I mean, I can't even, it's crazy. Even Do Fries Go That Shake. I mean, that is even still happening. It's like, I feel really blessed in that way. But the only thing about the internet is if an artist, if you get in a bad light and you piss your fans off, that's really horrible too.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, whoa, how do you get out of that? You know, that's pretty scary.
That's the other side. Is it's easier than ever for them to hate your ass.
Don't piss them off, because if you piss them off, it's hard to come back. It's just, wow. I mean, yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
Yeah,
right?
it is. Man, I tell you what, I am I feel blessed this year to be able to call you friend, and
Absolutely.
And I'm just I'm glad that we were able to connect, and it's been amazing. Thank you so much for coming on every time I invite you.
Every time you invite me, I will make it here. We're gonna go out now, but I'm like, I gotta get on here with Christopher first, and we're gonna go out, and we're gonna go to this little place called Psychedelic Shack in Detroit, and we're just gonna like party a little bit. I might jam and sing a little bit. I don't know. That'd
be awesome. Make sure that your husband
video, right? Do some video
doing your thing and send it to me. Yeah, absolutely.
And God bless you. And I would love to I'll call you one day with Rachel, let her meet you, because I told her, I'm like, I'm gonna let you talk to Christopher, because he's amazing, because she's been on, she knows about Funkatopia. She's been knowing about Funkatopia and listening to you guys forever, because she's a big Prince fan. And on your birthday, I forgot to let her know that I was going to be on, because everything happened so fast. And she was like, Sheila, next time, don't forget, you got to let me know. So I won't forget anymore, because everybody loves your show, Christopher. You're awesome. You're awesome.
Oh, thank you so much. And you are awesome too. And Happy New Year, Sheila.
Happy New Year, sweetheart. God bless you, and God bless Funkatopia. And may you have many, many more years of Funkatopia, because we need you.
Well, thank you so much. And we will definitely see you on the show at least a couple of times next year. We got to, because we will.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Sheila Horn, aka Amuka.
Happy New Year, everybody. Have a great time, and have as much fun as possible, as long as possible. There you go.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Sheila. Adios.
Bye-bye.
All right. That was the one and only Sheila, aka Amuka, in the house. And man, we're just rolling along, just kind of keeping it moving. And we kind of covered a lot of topics there, because but I keep forgetting to show this I'm trying to pull this up here, and I'm gonna, there it is right there. 56 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Believe it or not, started this at 8 o'clock. Started this at 8 o'clock, a little bit before. So 9, 10, 11. We've already been here for 3 hours already. Isn't that amazing how quickly time has gone? But of course, it makes a big difference. It makes a big difference when you can have great guests like everybody that we've had on so far, like Eric Rogers, Eric Leeds, Greg Boyer, Damon D, and then Sheila from the Brides of Funkenstein. I mean, come on. We're just going to keep on moving. And it's kind of unusual. I don't know why so StreamYard keeps doing these new things where they've kind of got new features and whatnot. And one of the features that they've got is that over in the right-hand side of the screen, can I even put it over there? I guess I can. It's just kind of weird. It's almost like pointing in a mirror almost. Over here in this corner, it says live, and it's in red. And red always makes me nervous, because red always seems to insinuate that that something may be wrong, but maybe it's just red means recording. I'm hoping that's the case. But don't worry. I know that from what I heard we're probably going to have a couple more guests that are probably going to be stopping in here, maybe more. We don't know. Obviously, as we get closer to midnight is probably when they're going to pop in. But it's coming really, really quick because we've got literally 54 minutes and 40 seconds before New Year's Eve. And that's very cool. So this will be the longest show that I've done in ever, I think. I want to say it's the longest one. Now, I was going to say that I was going to pull over the New Year's Rockin' Eve or whatever, but the problem is that I have DirecTV, which is not satellite. It's actually over the air, but it's Wi-Fi. So for sometimes there's always like a 5 or 10 second difference. So I'm going with this, which is, and of course I can avoid copyright stuff too. Which is a clock. It's going to show the countdown. So 53 minutes and 52 seconds right now. And, it's going to be New Year's. It's going to be 2025. I still can't believe how quickly that 2024 went. It doesn't make any sense to me it just doesn't make any sense to me. I look at all the things that have happened in 2024 that is shocking to me that it was just, I'll ask you this question. What is your top thing that happened in 2024 that got the most attention, that you feel got the most attention or that stood out the most to you? Was it the war in Ukraine? Was it, maybe it was this, maybe it was the one and only, I guess, fight or whatever it is, or diss battle between Kendrick Lamar and Drake. That was huge. That took up a lot of the year. And I might add, Kendrick definitely won the diss battle. I kind of feel a little bit bad for Drake, but on the same note, it was brutal. It was brutal. And now he's doing a brand new tour. Kendrick is with SZA. And matter of fact, they're coming to Atlanta, and it was atrocious. The cost, not the performance, because it hasn't happened yet, but the cost of them is like, it's like $250 for nosebleed seats in an arena for Kendrick Lamar and SZA. And I'm just like, no, not doing that. But it's uncontested that he definitely won the battle as far as this battle went between him and Drake. He had the biggest selling song of the year with Not Like Us. It's just crazy. It's just amazing to me that that was his fault, I guess. I have a video. I want to show you guys a video, and I'm hoping that one of you guys knows what this is. There was apparently a talk show, and I'm assuming this is a Real Housewives of whatever. But apparently, like all these types of shows, they normally have like a season ending show, kind of like they do on 90 Day Fiance, where, they all sit on a couch and they talk about the previous season and they kind of, rag on each other about this, that, or the other. And I don't know if this is Real Housewives or I don't know what this is. I'm going to show you a clip. Can one of you tell me what show this is? Because it is a woman who is, I guess, talking smack about another woman or another woman's husband or what it is. But this other woman comes flying from offset and literally kicks this woman in the head. Like it's a flying drop kick. Watch this video. What is this from? Who are we watching here?
It doesn't matter. So got my face, bitch. Oh my God, Danny, got her.
In case you missed it, I'm going to show it to you one more time. She's sitting there talking, and then this woman literally comes from offset, flying in the air and kicks this woman in the head. I've never seen anything like this in my life. You could have killed this woman. You could have taken this woman's head off. It's insane. All right, watch it one more time now that you got an idea what you're watching.
It doesn't matter. So got my face, bitch. Oh my God, Danny, got her.
That's insane. What show is that? Is that Real Housewives of something? Is it? Please don't tell me it's Atlanta. I don't. It was insane. I don't know who those characters are, whatever show this is. I just happened to see this clip on Twitter and I was like, I don't know who this is, but this is insane. The stuff that's happening is just ridiculous. I'll wait for somebody to tell me what show that's from, because that was crazy. It was insane. I mean, the woman could have taken this other woman's head off. If she'd have hit her, it was a high brimmed, a framed couch. If she'd have come in right, she literally could have taken this woman's head off and snapped it off of her spine. It's just insane. I don't think you realize that the fact that this woman is alive is insane. We got to watch it one more time. Sorry, I could watch it like a dozen times and I'm like, I don't know who these people are, but these are some crazy women. All right. Well, so anyways, you think it doesn't look like Real Housewives. I don't know what show this is. Crazy. Some other things that happened. Obviously, you can't ignore 2024 without talking about this man here, Trump winning the election. Even Sheila, when she was on, she even kind of alluded to, there may have been some things that were going on between him and Elon Musk and with the votes and the whatever. I don't know. Let me just say, when the roles were reversed and he was on the wrong end of the presidential election last time, he did not go down. He went down swinging. And he wouldn't accept the results and everything. This time around, I mean, he obviously won wholehandedly, but if I was a Democrat, or I'm not saying I'm very, very independent, but if I were the Democrats, I would really be questioning how you lost that badly. I know that I've watched every single talk show that there is, and every single host that's ever kind of been on there. And, Bill Maher will try to, Fox News, everybody will try to explain why it is that they lost, but it's just like, oh, it's because they were too woke or whatever it was. But it's like, really, it was a really big hit. It was just a big hit. It was just weird. I just don't know how you can lose like that and just be able to explain it away. It's just so weird. They didn't even fight. They were just, even if I was the Democrats, I would be like, time out. Really? What's happening here? Is this even possible? Is this even logistically possible that we're losing this bad? We had Beyonce. We had Taylor Swift. We had Oprah. We had every single powerhouse celeb that was endorsing us. And Trump had Kid Rock. I mean, it was just really questionable. That shit was just like a really questionable. I just couldn't even, anyways. But I can tell you another thing that happened was that Ellen DeGeneres did her very, very last comedy tour that she was ever going to do. She's retiring. She's stepping away. And her and her wife are going to be moving to the UK. I don't know if it's already happened or they're already gone, but they're gone. They said they did not want to live in a country where Trump was president, so they actually did it. You hear all these people saying, and if he wins, I'm out. But they don't go anywhere. At least she's putting her money where her mouth is. She left. So there you go. I know it's funny. You always hear these people that say, I'm leaving, I'm going to go. It's just like, yeah, even with, have you been out of the country much? It is a very, very, countries are very, very, very different. Every other country has a little weird something that's just very, very different than than the United States. It's a very, very free country. It's just, it's difficult. You can make a lot of decisions, but let's look at that clock. 45 minutes to go, and it's New Year's. So I got to make sure that I put on an alarm or something, because I don't want to miss it. I'll pay attention. I promise I'll pay attention. What else happened in? Well, of course, we talked a little bit about this. The whole Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. They were obviously the couple of the year. I guess I can see it, but I don't know. I guess I can see it. Look at the size of his hands compared to her. That dude is huge. I told you I am not a Chiefs fan at all. I don't like the Chiefs because I don't like the way that they play. I don't like how one-sided the refs are whenever they're playing. I just don't feel like it's, I don't know. I just don't like them. I don't like them. Don't like them. So there's that. Let me just say, I used to be a big Dallas Cowboy hater. Not so much anymore. I think the Dallas Cowboys haven't really done. They don't need any more haters. I think that library is full. So I'm going to leave that be, and I'm going to switch my disdain over to the Kansas City Chiefs. Not because they're the winningest team, and it just comes with the territory that if you're the best, that people are going to want to knock you down. That's not why. Even though part of it is because of the way that you win. It's very suspect, or what the kids are saying, very sus. Let's just say that. That's where my reality lies. I just don't feel like, I just don't feel like it's something's wrong. It's kind of like the election. Something's off about everything. Something just doesn't seem to make a whole bunch of sense. I can tell you though, one of the disappointing things about 2024 is all the people that we lost. We lost a lot of people. We lost some purple people too. So it's been a very tough year as far as stars. And one of the people that we lost was one of the singers from One Direction, Liam Payne. I don't know. I must have missed it, but I didn't know that Liam Payne had passed. That was crazy. I didn't know that Liam Payne died, and I just saw the TMZ thing, and I was like, I missed that whole. I just missed everything. I just missed it. But some of the people that we lost this year, we lost Jimmy Carter, who just passed. Obviously, being in Georgia, it's a really big focus here. Jimmy Carter was an amazing man, but we anyways, we lost Jimmy Carter. We lost Willie Mays, James Earl Jones, Chris Christopherson, Quincy Jones. I'm just reading some of the major names. Donald Sutherland, Lou Gossett Jr., Sergio Mendez, Liam Payne, who I just mentioned, Sissy Houston, Tito Jackson, Frankie Beverly, John Mayall, Greg Kinn. I did not know that Greg Kinn died. Greg from the Greg Kinn band. He had a couple of hits. David Sanborn, Dickie Betts, Anthony Walker, Baby Gap from the Gap band, Toby Keith. I must have missed that one too. I guess because I'm not a country guy, but Toby Keith, and then of course Cat Glover and Tyka Nelson, and there's a bunch of other people too. But those are just like the big names that I can like name off. It's crazy. It's just so many people. It's incredible. Guess what? We got another guest to bring in for you. Good friend of mine. We've been friends for years, and I love that he's in here. The man, the myth, the legend, the one and only Dwan Elliott is in the house.
What's going on?
He knew that Jeff wasn't here, so he had to do the audience and the whole thing.
How's it going, man?
Oh man, it's going great. It's going Happy New Year. Well, not yet, but we're coming up on it. What are we looking at? Hold on a second. We got to look at this clock here. It's 40 minutes and 30 seconds.
Wow.
40 minutes to go.
Can you believe it? Another year, man.
No. I can't. It's crazy. It's 40 minutes away.
Flying. Time's just flying.
Christmas just came and went so quick.
Right.
Like last year, the previous year, I said it seemed like Jade normally starts listening to Christmas music in November. Maybe she started a little bit early last year, but but this year it just seemed like,
dude,
it was just Christmas is coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's here. It's gone. It's like, what?
Serious, right? It's like, wow, it's not enough time to get things done. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's just
good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, where are we with the completion of
I'm so glad you asked. I'm so glad you asked.
I'm glad.
It dropped August, right? On my birthday.
I know.
Dude, I ended up with a ear infection that took away like 60% of my hearing in my right ear. And like we just got it fixed. So it's like I couldn't sing. It affected my speech. So we're finally good to go.
Okay.
We're gonna knock it out. We're gonna finally drop it at the top of the year, dude. February for sure. Yeah, for sure. I couldn't hear to finish the mix. So it's been wild. Hi, Lisa. Hope you're doing well.
And so what are we looking at? How many tracks we talking? What are we expecting here?
We're looking at like 14 tracks. 14 tracks. Yeah, it was going to be 10 to 12, but I was like, I pushed it up to like 14. So yeah.
So we talk. None of those are like skits or segues, right? That's
no. Straight hardcore joint. Yeah. Yeah.
These guys these artists that put out like albums that have like 16 tracks on them, but like 6 of them are like little short segues.
Nah, I ain't gonna cheat you. I ain't gonna cheat you.
Album. Not gonna symbol album us, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm excited. I'm so excited, dude. Like like I'm just beyond myself right now. I'm just over the moon about this album because it's like it's really gonna set the tone for me, my brand. You know, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited that you finally get to hear it. So
yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Yeah.
You got that. I mean, you got that one track that just had that diggity bump, and I was just like, okay. All right, I'm ready. This is good. I'm ready for it. So what's is it like a mishmash of different types of styles, or is it
it's definitely it's definitely a mismatch of different styles, but the overall theme is that it's groovy and funky. It's groovy and funky. So this is going to be a real fun album, dude. A real fun album. Seriously.
Good. Looking forward to it.
I'm having fun on it, dude. Like real talk. So I'm excited. I'm excited.
I can't wait to hear it.
You know the saying goes, never take yourself too serious. Just
because I even reserved you a spot. I literally had because we had the best funk list of 2024 that I'm currently putting together. It's not going to be out until probably about the second or third week of January because it's a lot to do.
Okay.
But I even had you footnoted in there. I was like, on Elliot's album, I was just like, if it comes out, I got to make sure that I listen to it because I remember you saying something that was going to be along the lines of more funk, and I was like, if it is what he says it is, it could be a contender.
Yeah,
I got to scratch it off. Actually, I just got to cut and paste it into 2025's list and start. You'll be the first on the top of the list because that's the first one I know about.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited, dude. But man, it's good to see you, man.
Yeah, I know. So I can't believe you're not playing or doing something tonight.
You know what? No, absolutely not. I'm literally just getting over this ear thing, dude. Like when I tell you, it was like having your finger stuck in your ear 24/7 and hearing yourself talk and your speech is slurred. Like, dude.
Yeah, your ears are the worst. Anything ear related is the worst, especially when it starts messing with your like balance and stuff. You're like,
dude, exactly.
It's just
nausea, everything, the whole line, dude. It was just crazy, bro. Man, we would go out to dinner and I was like, okay, can I get a name for the order? I couldn't tell him Dewan because the D was so strong. I had to just tell him Elliot. Just
oh my god. I think the worst thing that I had ever experienced was, and this is going to sound stupid when I say it. Every time I tell this story, it sounds stupid to me that I was even this stupid.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing Q-tip in my ear, and something happened. Something got my attention, and I like went down to do something else and left the Q-tip in my ear. And then for whatever reason, when I came back, I ended up like hitting the Q-tip into my ear, and it was like there was nothing. It took me I had to go to urgent care to get looked at, but I was like literally, it was the worst feeling because it was like this combination of nausea and dizziness and everything was just.
So
was
you hit your eardrum. You like did you puncture your eardrum? Or you just injured it?
It just injured it. Yeah, it just injured it.
Okay.
I can't even imagine.
Bro, they had to go in my ear, cut through my eardrum, and pull out what was behind it. So it was in my inner ear. There's nothing I could do with Q-tips. So, and my ears are super clean because I got to mix. I got to work. So, nah, bro, you couldn't even get to it yourself. It was just crazy. So,
I actually got this kit. I mean, you're gonna remember I've seen this, but this is a kit that you can actually get instead of Q-tips. They give you this. It's got a bunch of different types of things that you use it just like a Q-tip, but they're reusable, obviously, because they're hard plastic. But each of them has like a little bit of a different functionality to it, as far as being able to kind of just really get in there, because you kind of like you kind of screw it in.
Yep.
And then when you pull it out, it like pulls any loose hair and any other stuff out of your ears. And you can think that's nasty or not, but every single one of you has stuff in your ears right now, like lots of stuff.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff.
Yeah. I recommend Debrox. Like flush your ears out.
Debrox.
Huh?
What is that?
Debrox it flushes your, it's a fluid that you put in your ears, dude, and you just let it sit there, and then whatever's in your ears will come to the surface and come out.
Wow. I do peroxide. You ever put a cap full of peroxide in your ears?
No.
It's amazing. Because basically you put it in and you get like chills, but it's like really cold and you can hear it bubbling because there's so much, bacteria and everything in your ears.
Mm-hmm.
And literally then when you turn your head to the side, like just all kinds of, the wax and everything just
right out. Yeah.
Comes out. It's an amazing feeling too. It's like super. But
nice.
There you go.
It's crazy because I keep my ears flushed and I keep them clean. So the mere fact that I couldn't get to this, dude, was insane, dude. Like the ringing, like 24/7 ringing in the ear. So I can't mix. I can't listen to the radio. Any type of loud clinging noise. This ear was trying to compensate for this ear. So it's like, yeah. So I'm glad that's over with.
That's crazy. That's amazing. Oh my god. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Well, I had to take a bite of a gummy.
It's all good. How's the family?
It's good. I had to bite of a gummy.
And how's your family doing, man? Are they doing good?
Yeah, they're good. I won't put business out there, but I do have a grandchild now.
Okay, congratulations.
Yep, my daughter.
Wow.
My daughter had a baby boy, Eli, born in mid-December.
Okay,
and so I'm a granddad.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
So it got out to 2024, and obviously she's a first-time mom, so it's it's just
tough.
It's tough, and you try to like keep your distance. Like, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Just kind of keep on doing you. You do you. Yeah. So
yeah.
That's
what it's about, right?
How is your brood?
Everybody's good, man. We just left mom's for Thanksgiving, which was super awesome. I was trying to get there for Christmas, but I couldn't. Mom, I love you. I will be there right after New Year's because I told her I was coming. But yeah, all three of us were able to get to mom's, hang out and stuff. So it was really cool to be there with moms and hang out and stuff. Everybody's good, brother. So be headed there.
Your brother Kip actually texted me. He says, I'm gonna try to drop in. So he could pop in at any minute. And I'm just like, yeah, we'll see, Kip.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, what up to you, my brothers, guys? Happy New Year. I'll be hitting them up tonight. So, for sure.
Right. The Blackshire clan.
Yeah.
So what do you guys do? Do you guys do anything for like Christmas specifically? You guys all in a central location, or is it just kind of like everybody just calls?
Everybody's, you know what we used to before we left Arkansas. You know, of course, we're a church family, so you know the whole watch meter night. You know, we'd be at church all night.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, but since then, man, you know, it's like right. I've been, you know, for the last couple of years, I've just been keeping it low, just laying low, bro. You know, moms usually go to church. Mom still goes to church. You know, watch meter night. She probably won't this year. I don't know
what is a watch meter night? What is that?
It's basically. Look at you!
That's because I don't know.
About to get a little culture.
Okay, all right, yeah, I need to know about this.
It's what black churches do. We instead of, you know, going out to like parties or, you know, watching the ball drop on New Year's on TV, everybody just goes to church and have a singing glorious time until 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock strike. So once that countdown begins, everybody starts counting down, you know, and boom, there you go. And then we just keep right on going. Keep right on going. You keep right on singing. You keep right on performing. You know what? I want to take you. I should take you to one.
Oh, absolutely. I'll go. I've never been to one. How long does it go? This is like a 6 to 8 hour event, isn't it? Yeah. I just bring my rice cakes. I'll do it.
Yeah, it'll start up like around 7 or 8 o'clock.
Okay.
It'll go into like 2 o'clock in the morning, bro. That's what I'm used to. So, you know, bring a pillow.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'll do it. Absolutely. Maybe we'll do it next year for New Year's Eve.
Yeah, and then live stream it too. That'd really be the trip.
That'd be great. Now is it only something you do on New Year's Eve, or is it like normal other holidays that it gets done at?
Only New Year's. Only New Year's Eve. Yeah. So you have like all bands from all over the state, like quartet bands from all over the state, sometimes out of state, and like maybe 20 bands, dude. Everybody get up, do like 2 numbers each, 2 songs each, maybe 3. Just don't get too happy because you got bands coming up behind you.
Just be ready. Twirling the sticks in the background.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, we do that, dude, and then have cake and spaghetti in the back waiting once everybody get done.
I'm sorry. I have to have like grits or chicken or something. I gotta make it about me for a little bit.
Oh, they're gonna feed you. For sure. So yeah. You can still bring your rice cakes though. They eat that too. So
I'm not bringing them. There's gonna be chicken and all that other stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Man, that's how we grew up, man. I mean, every show we did, especially in Arkansas, you know, like after the show, the pastor would always get up. We got cake and spaghetti in the back, so just let y'all know y'all ain't gotta go home and eat now. Stay right here.
It's just the combo, cake and spaghetti. That's the part that tickles me, the cake and spaghetti.
With Faygo sodas. Or Cokes.
It sounds like an insane clown posse event.
Man.
You got the Faygo going on now.
Hey, man, we grew up around some characters. So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's all up in there, man. But
so brand new album coming out.
Brand new album. I got music videos recorded. Like I got the whole 9.
For which song?
Oh, you'll see.
Okay. All right. We need to get at least semi close to an exclusive here when you get.
Yeah. Sure. Like I said, I want to make it special, dude. Well, like I said, it's going to be a whole big campaign on this album. So this album is going to do 10 times better than the last album.
Oh my God.
We had to cut the campaign short on the last album because it just wasn't what I wanted, you know. So this one here, we went all out. So I'm excited. This is gonna be awesome.
Did you tell me last time you were on who was on this album? Musician
on this particular album or the last one?
No, this one, the new one.
I'm like Prince, dude.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I thought you had some people coming in though. I thought you have a couple special guests on that album too. Or?
Not right now. Not that I know of. Oh, actually, I do. Yeah, Kip's gonna be on here. Johnny's gonna be on here as well. So yeah.
There you go. I thought I remembered you saying something. Yeah. Val says Prince and Spaghetti and OJ. Did you see him do that when you were playing?
Nah, he didn't do Spaghetti and OJ. I don't remember that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Lord.
so I know my brothers are definitely going to be on there for sure. So, and I'm talking to a couple of cats. So, as far as like lyricists as well. So, this thing is going to hit on every realm, dude. I've had so much fun with this album. So, and to be honest with you, I'm glad the album didn't drop. I'm glad it didn't drop.
Why?
Because I got to add 2 more joints to it. I got to add 2 more, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure did.
I mean, that's you gotta love that. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Now we talking about like early February, late February, or you just don't even want to commit to it.
Early February for sure. Because you gotta understand, like I said, the last time we talked, 95% of the album was done already. So it's not like I gotta go back in and nope. 95% of the album was already done. So it's done. So
all right.
Let's do some little touch-ups here and there and just get it on out. Because I do not want to fall into that musician curse of it's just never good enough.
When I was talking with Jesse Johnson, I'm not name dropping, but that it's basically we were talking not just during the interview, but also on the phone as well. And he was saying that this new album that he's got coming out that he's working on is going to be 3 CDs, 3 of them.
Wow.
So he's doing I can't remember how much he swore me to secrecy or not. Here's what I'll tell you. It's 3 CDs and every one of them is like a little bit different.
Uh-huh.
And he's also talking about, which he did say on the podcast, he did say that he's doing an audiobook also.
Okay.
And I was just like, an audiobook of what? So he's not going to be writing anything. It's just going to be him just talking. So I don't know if that qualifies as an audiobook or not, but he's got so much stuff coming down the pike. But I feel like the reason why I bring that up is I feel like it's a result of what you were just talking about, where he's constantly adding things and then it causes you to want to tweak something else and move something else and kind of shifting things around. You get in that trap because let's face it, love Jesse to death, but the space between his albums.
You know what? And I was just going to tell you, like,
ridiculous.
How long has it been since he dropped music?
It's been 15, 16 years since Verbal Penetration, or maybe even longer.
Exactly.
Look at when Verbal Penetration came. That was his last album. That was the last one.
Jesse, give us a 5-disc album. How about that? Because it's been that long.
Yeah, and maybe longer than that. But Verbal Penetration came out a long time ago. But I also know that he was working a lot with D'Angelo as well.
Yeah.
I know I think he was on the Black Messiah album. He was also on not like on all the tracks, but I think he was on there. And he also toured with D'Angelo too, but still, that only explains away like a year and a half.
Right. Exactly.
However long it's been, it's Verbal Penetration.
Yeah.
But I do know, after talking with him, and I know what he told me on the phone, that he has not divulged. This album is going to be ridiculous.
I mean, you know what? He's due that. He deserves that. I hope it explodes the whole music game.
Oh yeah,
Jesse, come on, man.
He's the dude.
Come on, man.
He's the man.
Seriously.
So you just need to get your album out before Jesse's, or maybe Jesse needs to get his album out before yours. Sounds like what you got coming is fire. So,
dude, it's awesome. It's
ready.
Awesome. I'm excited. And here's the thing with me too, dude. Like, it wasn't like I said. I'm already like 5 albums beyond this album. So, meaning like, as far as like trying to tinker with things and make things perfect, and this, I'm beyond that, dude. Like, come on, bro. Like, whatever you didn't do on this album, just do it on the next album. Add it on the next album, and so forth. Just keep it moving. So it's all about the people, dude. So get this to the people. Let them decide. That's my thing, dude. It's just I want to have fun and not take it too serious, and not just have a just major think tank behind it. Let's just put out some great music and let the people decide. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, and I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. And I know I think you gave me a track, the track that we listened to last time you were on the show. But man, I'm looking forward to it, man. Yeah, it's just I was like, if it's even stays even remotely close to this vibe that you got going on here, and the
It's beyond that. It's beyond that.
I know I'm looking forward to it. Can't wait. It's gonna be so freaking awesome. All right, before you go,
Yes, sir.
what is your New Year's resolution?
Get this record done. Get it out. Get
That's an easy one. Though.
shows. Because moving to Charleston, South Carolina,
Mhm.
in March, April ish. So that move is gonna be awesome. Getting out of the snow for good. That's gonna be awesome. So that shows, brother. Shows. So we're gonna jack Charleston up. And
So that's close. That's close. I mean, you need to come to it. If you can get to Atlanta, that's cool. But if you can get to like Charlotte or Raleigh or something that I can get to, or Chattanooga, if you don't want to come to Atlanta, because Atlanta is a really tricky music town.
Yeah.
Because everything that we have is like really in specific. There isn't any rock pocket now. It's we have an R&B pocket, we have a hip hop pocket, we have lots of different pockets of it, but it's really it's sparse.
It's weird. Yeah.
Everywhere. It's just not. There's no, like, you can go to places in Ohio, like in Columbus or Cincinnati or any of those places, and there's plenty of clubs to hit.
Yeah.
Atlanta, it's just so weird.
It's always been weird. Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
For sure.
Learn to accept it. That's all there is. But it makes it very, very difficult to hear about new shows coming. You got to be so insanely vigilant. It's like, I don't really want to be on the mailing list for 20 different clubs, but I have to, because those are the clubs where artists that I want to see are going to play, like the St. James Live places and the Apache Cafe places, and these little teeny venues, the City Winery and things like those are the venues where the people that I want to see are going to play.
Yeah, for sure.
So it's just
what I'm doing too is I'm going to bypass the middleman when it comes to doing shows. So you won't catch me on a lot of tickets with other artists. I'm going to get on my own, do my own venues, set up my own stuff, do my own shows, and do it that way. So that way I'm outside of the red tape. I'm not trying to go through all this whole politicking thing. No, come to my damn show. That's it's that simple. Instead of me, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm bypassing all of that. So people want to see me, they can come see me. And we're going to make it happen. Like I said, we got a whole team behind it that's going to make it happen. We're going to start in Charleston, South Carolina, and we're going to work our way from there. So if you see me in Atlanta, I can guarantee you I'm going to be in my own venue doing my own show. Promo before I get to the venue. So
we're going to have to, you need to put a band together, unless you're going to be doing an acoustic shows.
I got you.
All right. You got people in mind, or?
Absolutely. Plenty. Okay. Yep.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, the legendary Dwan Elliott is in the house, and thank you so much for dropping in, man.
Happy New Year's, guys. Happy New Year's. Hey, and look, don't forget, I have a new podcast, the Dwan Elliott Music Podcast. So I'm on there reacting to musicians, talking about music, everything music. Yeah. So guys, I'll send a link. I'll put a link up in the chat for you guys to go over there and subscribe. I'm about to get back to that. I couldn't record. I couldn't do podcasts because of this ear, Mr. Christopher. So it was wild. So yeah. So everything, matter of fact, all my live shows are going to be on the Dwan Elliott Music channel. All of that, live streaming, everything. Yeah, your one-stop shop for all of that. The DwanElliott.com is coming. It's on its way. Music sold there. Everything, merch, the whole gamut. So get ready. It's on its way.
Man, we're looking forward to it. Just remember, I better be one of the first stops.
Oh, you know,
we're going to have problems.
You know I got you. I don't want no problems with you, Mr.
Thanks, Juan, for coming, man. I appreciate it, brother.
Yes, sir. Have a nice one, man.
You too. Happy New Year's,
guys. Happy New Year's.
Yeah, remember, it's coming in February. You heard it here. Early February. Get ready. Thank you, brother.
Is
All
it?
right.
All right.
The one and only Dwan Elliott, man. I'm looking forward to that new music. I'm telling you, it's gonna be amazing. Hold on. Can you even hear that? Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, what's on my little sound things?
Don't hate me because I'm beautiful.
All right, what are we looking at on time? We got less than 15 minutes. You got 14 minutes and 44 seconds. Actually, 14 minutes and 40 seconds until we hit New Year's Eve. Man, I'm wondering, this is a 14-minute window. I'm wondering if there's going to be anybody in the house, in the green room here at the show when New Year's Eve hits. I'm wondering if there's like a bunch of people are holding back and they're all going to come on like midnight, or if nobody will come. It's going to be just me and this clock, which is fine, because so far tonight we've had a great night. We've had Paisley 5 and Dimes, Eric Rogers. We had Eric Leeds, Greg Boyer, Damon D, Sheila, a.k.a. Amuka from Brides of Funkenstein, and Dwan Elliott. And, I mean, come on. This has already been a great show already. I mean, you know, if nobody else comes, that's fantastic. It's still a great show. But I got a feeling we're not done. I got a feeling we're not done for the night. But let me just say, I want to thank all of you guys too. I'm going to make us even here. I'll make the clock. Let's see if I can make the clock maybe a little bit just smaller than me. Maybe I don't know if I can do that or not. Can I make myself? Yeah, I'll make myself bigger if I can. It's not letting me do that. All right. Anyways, I want to thank all of you guys for a great year. 2024 has been insane. We got 13 minutes to go, so don't worry. I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Now that we're under 15 minutes, I'm gonna keep a very, very close eye on this clock. Now I don't want to go. Oh, I want to be ready. But 2024 has been a really crazy year. Not to mention, if you look at the roundtables that we've done that had so many amazing guests like Gilbert Davison and Jerome Benton, and we had it was a laundry list of amazing guests. Jerry Hubbard. There were so many interviews and so many things that I was able to do this year. It was just such a fantastic year. So I'm really, really happy that it is getting to a point where 2025 is already starting to look great. Already got the first 2 weeks of 2024 already ready to go. 2025 ready to go. As I mentioned, we've got Adam Schmeens Smirnoff, who is the guitarist from Lettuce. He's going to be here on January 7th. And then we have D Vibes from Watermelon Funk that is going to be here on the 14th. So we've already got 2 acts already, or 2 interviews already in line for 2025 before we've even started, before we've even gotten here to this. It's 11 minutes to go. But let me look at this list. And I've read this list before, but it's artist Maggie Keene, the lady who did the amazing Prince murals in Arizona, and then she also did the one in Atlanta as well. We've had Steve Park on the show. We've had Marcus Thompson from the Timex Social Club. Michael Bland and Sonny T have been on here like 2 or 3 times in 2024. We had all of Rick James Stone City Band, here in the show, which was insane. Then we had Lawrence Worrell, aka LAW, and Martin Kember. They were on the show. We had Scotty Baldwin on the show. We had Jill Jones on the show, which is, you know, one of the reasons why I wanted to make sure that we had this lovely mug, so I could showcase, showcase her merch as well. Troy Gua, who's the artist who does the little Prince dolls in different shapes and stuff. He actually has a great Patreon channel where he does different types of pictures, but Le Petit Prince. Marva King was on the show. When we had the Purple Rain special, we had multiple guests on the Purple Rain special. We had Jerome Benton, as I mentioned, Gilbert Davison. We had Hucky Austin, Craig Rice, Damon D, and then of course we also had the again, when we had the Purple Rain Roundtable, we had St. Paul Peterson, Mark Cardenas, and Jerry Hubbard. That was the other one that we had. We had Sheila Horn, aka Amuka from Brides of Funkenstein, was on here. Michael Bland came back on and did a album chat for the Love Symbol album, and we literally went through that album track by track. We went through that album. Then we had Atlanta Bliss. We had Matt on the show. George Porter Jr., when the original founding members of the Meters, and I gave his, if you saw the show, I had a laundry list of artists that he's played with. I mean, he's played with everybody from James Brown to Miles Davis to Steely Dan. I mean, he was a monster, and he was on the show, and I love that we actually got the time. We had Prince's sister Sharon L. Nelson on the show at the beginning of December, and then we had Bernard Purdy we had on the show, and it's just been a little bit of mix. Bernard Purdy was the one that had that laundry list. I'm sorry, not George Porter Jr. George Porter Jr. also had a long laundry list of artists as well, like Dr. John, and he was one of the originators of funk. Again, founding members of the Meters. Bernard Purdy is the one that was on a laundry. What did he say? He was on over 4,000 records or something like that, which is insane. He has played on over 4,000 records, which just seems nonsensical to me. Yes, it had Sonny T. Alan Leeds. Alan Leeds was in the mix too. Right, correct. So much. It was just incredible. It was amazing. So we've had an amazing year, and it's looking to be shaped up like 2025 is going to be another great year. And what's great about 2025, and a lot of you guys don't know this, I think I've mentioned it a few times, but I bought Funkatopia.com, the domain, in 2004. And we had, and the website was up and running in 2005. Now, granted, it was just kind of getting started, and I was just kind of figuring out what I wanted to write about and what I kind of wanted to do and how I wanted to structure the site. And I was doing all that. So it was growing. But 2005 was the first year that Funkatopia was online, which means that 2025, next year, in a mere 7.5 minutes from right now, we will be celebrating our 20th year, 20-year anniversary of Funkatopia. I am actually creating, a bunch of gear. So there's going to be like shirts and hats and things like that are going to celebrate the 2005 to 2025, 20 years of Funkatopia. So I'm actually I've been working on a few designs now. So there's going to be some really, really cool shirts that are going to come out to kind of celebrate the occasion. And I hope that you guys will actually pick some up, because it's going to be really, really cool. I may have to do a scenario where a lot of the stuff is made to order, because I don't want to get all involved in that, where I have like a ton of inventory that, I just don't want to have a ton of inventory of things that are the wrong sizes. That's what we were talking about when Damon D was talking about his day line. It was like, you order all this stuff and you think, oh, there's going to be a lot of XL people and a lot of 2XL people, and you're wrong. It's like, okay, never mind. Oh well, what are you going to do? So I'm excited. In 6 minutes and 10 seconds from right now, it's going to be 2025. When my daughter came in here, Dwan Elliott was talking, and you saw me looking. You may have seen me looking off over to the right here and shaking my head no, because she was holding up a sign that says, "Are you going to be done when the ball drops?" I was like, no, I'm going to be right here. We're going to be celebrating 2025 together right here. So that's, I'm glad to be doing it with you guys. And here's the other thing too, looking back on 2024, remember that, okay. I see what you're saying. Kip actually texted me and said that he was probably going to come on, but that's the other thing too, is that, tonight has been a really, really tricky night. I didn't even send out ask people to come on until today, just because I know that most people already have plans or they're already doing things. And I didn't want to make it so that people are, committed to just this, because I want everybody to have a good time doing, spending time on New Year's Eve. That's what I want. 4 minutes and 45 seconds until 2025. Let me just say, what's really kind of cool also is that, again, in January, probably the third week of January, I'm going to be releasing the best funk albums of 2024, which is an annual thing that I've been doing for many years. And it is a lot of fun, but it gets you kind of a little bit of insight into some great, great funk albums that were released during 2024, a lot of which I didn't even talk about or didn't review or didn't even mention. And that was one of the things that I had mentioned was one of my resolutions, was that making sure that with Funkatopia, I am actually doing a lot more of that, making you guys a lot more aware of the different music that's coming out and some of the things that you may or may not ever even heard of. Bands from Europe, bands from Australia, bands from Canada, bands from Hawaii. Yes, funk bands from Hawaii, bands from, just bands from all over the world. And we even got the opportunity a few years ago to talk with Tsuyoshi Dumoto, who is the singer and leader of, he used to be a band called Kinky Kids, and now he's working with a band called Endrakari. And he still does stuff, and they are super, super funky. And they're from Japan. And I literally got an opportunity to be able to interview him. We had to do it because I don't speak Japanese and he doesn't speak English. And we thought the whole process of having a translator in between us was going to be a little bit wonky. So we just went with a written one, but we actually did bring translators on the show so that they could communicate what we were saying, and we've actually trained. It was really cool. So those types of experiences are just super hard to come by, and I'm so glad that I've been able to kind of accommodate some of those things. It's pretty amazing. It's a lot of fun. Okay, I see what you're saying, Patricia. We should. I don't know, but see, she may be out there with her friend. Doing champagne and stuff out over there. I don't know if she will or not. I can tell her. Jaden, if you're watching, come back in and just do it in here. But they're probably watching the broadcast, which means they're going to do it 10 seconds after us anyways. Only 2 minutes to go, a little more than 2 minutes to go. And then we're in 2025, which I don't even know what the screen is going to do. It's just an online clock. And I don't know what happens when this clock winds down or gets to zero. Hopefully it doesn't broadcast porn or something. I don't know. I mean, if it does, Happy New Year. But oh my gosh, what a great year. And next year's looking great. There are some big things coming for Funkatopia, not just the 20-year anniversary, but also some strategic partnerships that we've got that are going to be coming down the pike that you're going to be finding out about. And we're going to be talking about that, because once we celebrate this right here, the countdown for New Year's Eve, which happens in less than a minute and a half from right now. Once we do this, yes, get all your drinks ready. Get your drinks ready now. Unfortunately, I do not have a drink. I only have water, but that's okay. I got a gummy here. I'll just take a bite of a gummy. Let me just say, we're going to talk about some of the stuff for 2025. Because I want to talk a little bit about this, spending this final hour just kind of talking a little bit about some of the stuff that's coming in 2025 that you may or may not be familiar with or know that's coming. I can already hear fireworks going. I guess, we got 45 seconds to go. So we will all count down together as it gets down here to 20. And I'm very, very excited about this. It's, I'm trying to see if I got any really great sound effects. I should have got something ready. 30 seconds to go, folks. Everybody, get your drinks ready. We got 20 seconds to go. Is everybody ready? We'll count down together. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year, folks.
Wake me when you're done.
Happy funky New Year. I hope you guys are having a good one. Oh my gosh.
Shut up already. Damn.
It is 2025, everybody. 2025. We are here. Break out your whatever. It's break it out. Break it out. You need to just bring out your drinks, bring out whatever you got to do, man, because it is 2025. It's going to be an amazing year. I hope it's going to be amazing for you. I hope it's going to be amazing for everybody. But here's all the things you're going to be focusing on, man. I can hear the fireworks going nuts right now. Happy New Year. I'm going to put up all your Happy New Years. But, man, all your Happy New Years are all in here. Goodbye, 2024. That is right. Happy New Year, folks. Goodbye, 2024. I could, if you don't come back, I'm okay. Don't let the door hit you in the bottom because it's a mess. It is an absolute mess. We do have a guest that's down there in the green room. We got to make sure that he's got good lighting here, and so we can see his face. And we'll be bringing him in because hey, I told you it's not. We're in the final hour. It's 20. Yeah, Olga, that's right. You still have 3 hours in California. That's right. I'm sorry. It's just hilarious to it. That's okay. I won't be here for that. Olga, I hope you have an alternate party plan in 3 hours from now because I will be asleep in 3 hours from now. Val says, happy 2025. Let's be ready so you don't need to get ready. Right? That was Prince's that was Prince's thing, man. He just always be ready. Always be ready. Always be ready. Let me bring in my next guest. He's been on the show before and rapper extraordinaire, the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. TC Ellis in the house.
Hey now, what's up?
Hey, what you doing, brother?
Man, I'm on the road. I'm on my way from San Francisco to Las Vegas. I'm an hour outside of Vegas on driving.
So is Vegas is a different time zone than California, right?
Yeah, it's 9 o'clock here.
But is it 10 o'clock?
I got a curfew.
Gotcha.
Huh?
No, I was just curious.
Yeah, No, go ahead.
No, so what are you doing? This seems like a stupid question, but what are you doing in Vegas?
Oh, well, that's my second home. So I'm out there at least once a month, and I go back and forth between the West Coast and Minneapolis, doing the music education and technology thing. That's
right. Yeah. That's I thought you might be getting your party on since it's New Year's Eve. I mean, it's a great spot to do that.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna be there in time to party, so I'll be there two hours before midnight. I'm gonna go find a party.
Man,
I got some friends having fun over there, so we're gonna meet up.
I get jealous of those people that have the capability to be able to get in a car and go or get in like a private jet or something and like start in Atlanta and then do a party here and then get back in the jet and then go time zone hopping like one place to another until you just and party like 4 times a night. I wish I had the energy to do that. Jeez.
I ain't got it like that, but
yeah.
I got my best friend driving me. So she's pretty good on the wheel. She's been holding it down the whole time. I haven't had to do nothing but just ride.
Man, that's great. Well, I hope you have a great time. I hope you find a great party. What do you got coming out? Anything that anybody's looking out for in 2025 from you?
Well, not specifically from me, but a project that I did with the kids in Philadelphia and in Minnesota. They did a song about gun violence, And so that'll be out shortly after the new year. And it was a big deal. We partnered with a school in Philly called Hill Freeman, and we've been working with them, and we help mentor their recording arts program. And so there was a Spring Point Foundation gave us the money to come together. So our kids got to go to Philly. Their kids came to Minneapolis. And then we went back to Philly and shot the video. And it's going to come out soon after the new year. It's going to be a great project.
Man, that's going to be fantastic. Can't wait to hear that. What's going to be the name of the band, or what's the name of the artist that's going to be labeled on this song?
It's going to be Hill Freeman High School for Recording Arts.
Okay.
And it's brotherly love. It's about, young people taking hip hop, but not necessarily making it into a battle or something bad, but they're doing it in the premise of, hey, this is something good. This is an area that we connect and communicate with each other and spread the news on how we live and how we want to experience life and success and give back to the community. So it's a little different take on the turf thing, but it's very innovative, and the talent is amazing. The young people are just coming at it tremendously. So if you get on my website, highschoolforrecordingarts.org, it's HSRA.org, you're going to get information on it. Or if you go to forlearning.com with a 4, that's also my sister entity that helps create and spread recording arts. We carrying the torch for musicology around the world. We're partnering with 6 sites in Los Angeles, 1 in Hawaii, 3 in Wisconsin, and 1 in Illinois. And the flagship school is in the Twin Cities in St. Paul, Minnesota, where I grew up.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, before I let you go, I need to know, what is your New Year's resolution?
My New Year's resolution is stay healthy and eat better, exercise more, and continue a positive outlook and frame for life.
That's a great theme. All night we've had that positivity across the board.
Yep. Hey, who else is on here from the Paisley Park family? Anybody I know?
Eric Leeds was on earlier. We had Greg Boyer on, Damon Dixon, Sheila Horn from The Brides of Funkenstein, Dewan Elliott, aka from the Blackshires, and we also had Paisley 5 and Dimes Eric Rogers on here. Eric. Yeah, so we had quite a few people on.
Well, I just want to send a shout out to all my family out there from the Prince camp. I love you all. I hope we get a chance to connect again soon this summer for celebration or birthday or whatever it is that's coming about. Because whenever I get with you all, it's beautiful. We have a great time, and I love them people. Yes,
it's always amazing that those events, even if there's no celebration going on, when there's like a specific time when everybody just kind of descends on Minneapolis, it's amazing. It's great.
Yep, I'm gonna be rolling down the Purple Highway when I get back to Minneapolis, straight out there to Paisley. They named the highway PRN, Prince Roger Nelson Memorial Highway. So it's going down. We're holding it down.
Yeah, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the one, the only TC Ellis. All right, brother.
Holla at me. Thanks.
I will. Drive safe.
Thank you.
That was the one and only TC Ellis, the man, the myth, the legend. And it's funny. It's like, it's really something cosmic is going on, because he had parts in Graffiti Bridge, and in the background is Graffiti Bridge playing, which is insane. I mean, that's not the only thing that was been playing, but yeah, it's great. I tell you, 2025 is going to be tricky because 2025 is one of these years that we've got a lot of things that we still don't know. Let's just, if we're going to wrap up, put a bow on this year, because we are. It's 2025. We're 10 minutes into 2025 right now. And it's kind of like, what do you, what is going to be the takeaway from what we learned in 2024? Was there really any learning moments as far as 2024 is concerned? But looking at 2025, what can we expect as Prince fans? What are we, what's been shaken out? Because, was the reason why we didn't get any new material because of the fact of this whole Netflix debacle? Is that why we haven't gotten anything? Is it because you guys didn't have anything ready? Is it because it's a money situation? Why haven't we seen anything new out to kind of, support some of these things? I can tell you one thing. Here's one thing I will tell you as a Prince fan. The Prince store had a lot of sales in 2024. It seemed like every single year or every single couple of weeks, it was something new. They got, what was it? It's a the year-end special right now where it's at the Prince store. It's like 20% off or something like that. But they've had some of the merchandise on sale for 50% off and a lot of, but it's just, there's still nothing new as far as merchandise or I think there was a couple of different shirt designs or something that happened, and it was like, okay. But for the most part, we don't really get much of anything, and I don't think that this is going to change. What do you got for me here?
We didn't die this year.
What is this?
It's the same thing we drink every year.
Oh, this is champagne.
Mine, don't drink it all.
Oh, this is the champagne. It's the one time that we let her do shots of tequila is on New Year's Eve. No, it's the what is this? The grape whatever. All right, I finally had some bubbly. All right, you can just go ahead. Just leave it. Just leave it here. No, it's mine.
No.
Yeah, there you go.
I used the whole bottle downstairs.
What? You drink a whole bottle of the sparkling grape juice. We looked for it at Sam's Club. We walked all around Sam's Club. What do you want to? Oh,
did it.
You did it. You made it to 2025. You're alive. Yep. She's going to graduate next year. She's going to be a senior this year, which is going to be they grow up so fast, don't they? Unbelievable. It's just ridiculous. Anyways, getting back to what I was saying. Yeah, I know. Actually, I didn't remind you. It was your little sign over here that reminded me of this.
I forgot I wrote that.
So, anyways, a lot of people are talking about, now that we're here in this final hour of the New Year's Eve celebration, I was actually kind of dreading it. Actually, I was like 5 hours. I'm going to be online for 5 hours. Does it seem like we've been here for 5 hours? It doesn't seem like 5 hours to me. I hope it doesn't feel like that to you too. And I got to hang out with you guys for 2025, which is amazing. Then we still got another 45 minutes to go before we cut loose. Because I'll stop the show at 1. But here's what I'll say. The one thing I'm obviously a little bit hesitant about, and I've already brought this up on a few other previous shows, was what what they're going to be doing for the celebration that they've already booked. They've already announced the times or the dates for the celebration in Chanhassen. They've already announced it. So the celebration is happening. They've already locked down the dates. But they also announced that it was going to be Purple Rain 2.0. And that's not my words. That's their words. That it's going to be Purple Rain 2.0. And I'm trying to understand what that means, because they already did Purple Rain celebration previously in 2024. And they kind of broke out a little bit of everything. They kind of already broke out a little bit of everything as far as to kind of give you a little bit of a taste of Purple Rain. They interviewed the Revolution. Morris Day actually performed with NPG, strangely enough, which had nothing to do with Purple Rain. Well, technically, because Tony was one of the ones that was dancing on the balcony in Purple Rain. So I guess there was a little tie in there, I guess. And we said the only thing that we have not really seen, and we probably wouldn't see, would be like a Apollonia 6 reunion. That's the only thing that's or a time reunion, like a legit time reunion with all the original members of the time. But Jesse has not. I think I asked Jesse that, and if it's something that they're talking about, he's not part of that discussion, I don't think. So it's kind of unusual that we kind of, it's unusual. I don't know what to expect. The Purple Rain Broadway show or whatever it is going to be over before that happens. Is that what it was going to be? Was it going to be over before celebration happened, or it wasn't even starting until after the celebration? I can't remember which one it was. Either way, the two aren't meeting in the middle. And I know that I was chastised for even insinuating that they would do a Purple Rain Broadway show as part of the celebration, but you can say what you want. I'm just not, I don't want to get in trouble because I don't want to be, sit and what did we say? What did Mama say? Mama said, if you can't say anything, then nice and don't say anything at all. That what the state that thing. And we're not going to do negativity anymore. So we are just going to move forward and hope. Just hope that whatever it is that they are going to be doing is going to be great. I can't honestly say that I will participate this year. If I go, I will go to Minneapolis and I will hang out with everybody and I will enjoy everybody and I will just go to all the independent events and just kind of, because again, I don't feel like if I can't even be invited to go, you can't even invite me to come and cover it. And with the amount of promotion that I do, I kind of feel like I think I'm going to pay for it again this year. There, I said it. That's not negative. It's not negative. It's the truth. Christina says it has been moved to October, November. Oh, the Broadway show. So the Broadway show, the Purple Rain Broadway show, is not even going to be done until October, November, according to what Christina is telling me here. I'm now become third party, but that's the truth of it. Then it's not even anywhere near ready where they're going to be. Now, even the preview that they gave us of the Purple Rain Broadway show, nobody that was in that preview was even the same. Like the person that was playing Morris, the person that was playing Jerome, the person that was playing Apollonia's part. They're not even there anymore. They've already scrapped that whole cast. So it's like, we have no idea what we're going to see. We have no idea what we're going to see as far as the Broadway show. Again, it doesn't have anything to do with the celebration, but it would be good to get some insight into the celebration. I would love to be able to see that. And again, the two things that I do know that are coming for Prince as far as 2025 is concerned is that he is going to be receiving the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Grammys in 2025, and that this beautiful box, the Diamonds and Pearls Super Deluxe box set, has been nominated for the Best Historical Album. So I know that people have been kind of going and doing as much marketing as they possibly can to the people that get an opportunity to vote for that, to make sure that that is checkmarked. So let's hope that everybody votes for Diamonds and Pearls Super Deluxe set and that it wins, because anytime that what's going to be cool about the Lifetime Achievement Award for Prince is that obviously it's the Grammys and everybody typically tunes in for the Grammys. It's the one music award show that's kind of taken semi-seriously, even though it's got its scars and its flaws. But the reality of it is definitely one of the more respected music awards show. But what's good about that is that he's going to get the Lifetime Achievement Award, which means that there's going to be a portion of the show that's going to be dedicated to Prince. Hopefully it will be one of the ones that airs, because I do know they do a lot of these little events and stuff, and some portions of what they do not get aired. I'd be surprised if that didn't, because that seems like it would warrant a bunch of eyeballs, and that's what they want, is people to tune in. So let's hope that that portion is made and it's not just going to be relegated to some as an afterthought. It's like, we'd also like to celebrate that earlier in the night, Prince received the Lifetime Achievement Award. Congratulations to Prince. He obviously could not be here to accept his award. Thank you very much. Let's hope that doesn't happen, and that they actually do something, that they actually have some sort of semblance of a presentation, or maybe some musical performances or clips and whatnot. Maybe they can use portions of the Netflix documentary to piece together a little 2-minute thing. I don't know. Anyways, and then of course, not only the Lifetime Achievement Award, but again, the Diamond in Box Super Deluxe set. It's gonna be great. I can't wait. So those are two good things that I know are going to be happening. And the only thing that anybody even appears to be talking about in regards to the Prince accounts and the various members, it's just silly. So I don't know. It's just, here's what I know. Let's leave the negative stuff behind, right? That's what we decided on. Every single person that came in here tonight, from the very, very first guest all the way until TC Ellis. I don't know if that's all the guests or not. There may be some more people dropping. I don't know. But every single one of them, as part of the New Year's resolution, has agreed that it's got to be more, there has to be more positivity and less negativity, because it is a nightmare. And it's just getting to the point where it's just, the negativity has just become so overwhelming that if you even speak it, if you even tell people, if you complain about something negative in your life to your friends and to your family, and just, and it's just, and you can't help yourself, you find that it's your second nature to automatically go into complaint mode or to go into vent mode. That's not healthy. To be able to just kind of just say, okay, that happened. I'm just going to just kind of just let it go and just kind of remove it. But every single time that you bring it up or that you talk about it, even if it's just even if it's just to talk about it, even if it's just to say, this happened to me, it's giving energy to it. Anytime that you bring it up, it's like all publicity is good publicity, even for the negative stuff. So just, I know that I need to work on that. And that is part of my resolution too, is to kind of try to not focus so much on the negative. And it's hard, especially when, you know, a lot of us have had tough lives and have kind of been through a crap ton of adversity and issues and problems and struggles. And the reality of it is that sometimes it just becomes second nature to just automatically go to it. And right, like Lisa says, the world has so much negativity to go around. You got to focus on the positive. It's every time you turn on the news, it's about something negative. They normally save the good news stuff until the very, very end. And in closing, a dog got saved from a lake or something innocuous. But it's, everything is negative, and everything is like the video I showed of that woman almost taking the other woman's head off, jumping at her. That volatility, that sensationalism, it's just, it's everywhere. And it's like, if I got to be crazy, or I have to be negative, or I have to be, you know, some people actually have careers based on complaints and based on bitching and moaning. Bill Burr is probably one of my favorite comedians ever, because I just love that he gets riled up and gets, you know, it's that vitriol, it's that punch. But that's Bill Burr's shtick. And Lewis Black, he's another one that does that. It's like some people actually have a career out of complaining and whining and stuff. Oh, look who's playing right now. This is, I'm telling you, there's something cosmic going on. Listen, that is a band by the name of Watermelon Funk. There's a song called Shoe Fly. that is Watermelon Funk. And again, January 14th, D Vibes from Watermelon Funk is going to be on the show. So I'm telling you, the music that it's like we're connected. I almost think this is not really far-fetched. I almost feel like because of the fact that we are patched to the same board, that this phone is listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth and making adjustments on what it's playing as a result of the things that I'm saying out loud right now in front of this phone. It doesn't sound as crazy. Hey, that's what they do with retargeting. You ever search for something and then an ad follows you everywhere, no matter where you go? It's not a surprise that it is completely palpable and believable that it would happen for your phone to be sitting and listening to you. Hey, right now you have an Alexa in your house that is listening all the time. It's listening to every single word that you freaking say. Or if you got one of the Google things, what are they called? The Google Net, whatever it is. If you have a Google one or you have an Alexa, it is literally sitting there listening to every word that you say. Here, I'm going to help you out, and I'm going to terrify you all at the same time. I'm going to terrify you just for a second. You can log in to your Amazon account and go into the Alexa settings in Amazon. And I think you can also get to it from the Alexa app too. And there will be an entire section of recorded and saved clips of you just talking that you can go in there and you can delete. The reason why it records it is because it's trying to save any commands that you say. Like if you say, Alexa, order this, or Alexa, turn this on, or whatever it is, it's saving those commands for some sort of record for whatever reason it wants to do that. But anytime it thinks that you may have said Alexa, it will start recording. But then if it doesn't hear any commands, it will just sit there and listen for like 20 seconds or 30 seconds and then eventually cut off. But all of those recordings of you are in that account. I'm telling you, somebody showed that to me one time and I logged in and I was terrified. It literally had pieces of conversation that were happening between my wife and I, or just randomly happening. Sometimes I was talking to myself and it's got recordings of me. I'm like, what is happening here? And I didn't know about this section, but find it. You can find it. Just find it. I'm telling you, it will terrify you. And but I'm not. It's supposed to terrify you. It's supposed to make you scared. You should be concerned about the things that you say over the phone, or the things that you even say around an Alexa or around a Google. What are the Google ones called? You say "Okay Google" or something like that. But what is the unit called? It doesn't matter. They all listen to you. Even your phones listen to you. Oh, I'm sorry, Adriana. Adriana, you got me turned up in your house. Alexa, play Back in Black by AC/DC. I love doing that in the middle of the night. What's also cool about Alexa is that you can actually go into the system and you can pre-record answering answers. So you can there was one time that my wife's grandmother was here. She was really, really old and she loved to play cards. And we would all sit at the table and we would play cards. We would play Phase 10. And so I programmed it one night. So we were all sitting there at the table and I said, Alexa, who is the best Phase 10 player at this table? And it like went in this whole thing. It says, the best player at the table is Grandma Smart. She has been doing this for many, many years and you should learn from her. And then it would stop. And she was like, did you hear what it said? It was so funny. So there's lots of cool things that you can do with an Alexa. But I will tell you, what's terrifying is the ears that it has everywhere. Just be careful. Just be careful. It's good. Adriana says that Alexa didn't hear me. It's all good. So anyways, I'm looking forward to 2025. That we'll get some surprises because, you know, we've also seen the Symbol album we've seen the Symbol album out as not a deluxe, but like a new vinyl pressing. So there's an assumption that there's more to that's coming. But when is that happening? We got, you know, all this stuff that they've missed. The anniversary of Around the World in a Day. And it's just going to keep on coming. It literally is just going to keep on coming. All the anniversaries for all these albums, because he was releasing albums one after the other. I mean, it was just an onslaught of music. And the fact that you missed any of these 40th anniversaries to any of these albums, it's not good. It absolutely is not good. You've already, well, technically, you got technically 2025 will be the 40th anniversary of Around the World a Day. But the fact that they missed the 35th and we're now kind of coming on to the 40th now, they need to do something. And I don't know what it is, but they need to do something. But then you're going to have a back-to-back super deluxe run that you absolutely positively need to do if we're talking about Prince stuff now. 1985, you've got Around the World in a Day. Then 1986, you have Parade. Then 1987, you have Sign of the Times, but you've already done Sign of the Times. You already did was it a deluxe edition of Sign of the Times or was it a super deluxe? I don't remember. I think it was a super deluxe because it also had the live stuff. Then 1988, you have Love Sexy. Then 1989, you have Batman. 1990, you have Graffiti Bridge. We've already done Diamonds and Pearls for 91. 92, you have the Symbol album, which is not. It's just one thing after another. It really is. It's just one anniversary after another that's going to be coming year after year here. Just plan it. Just plan it. Thank you, Norvis. I appreciate it. Much love to you too, brother. It's yeah, Cammy says I need Parade. I need Parade also. You gotta have all this stuff. It's just great stuff. Anyways, I'm not gonna get too worried about what can and may happen or might not happen. I kind of feel like there's just been so much that's been kind of going. I just kind of feel like we are just like spinning our wheels at this point, and just waiting for something to happen. I wish there was a little bit more clarity on what's happening with the Netflix documentary, what's happening with, all the rights. Why are things being held up? Why are things in contention as far as the ability to be able to release certain songs? Is it because of the documentary? What's going on? Somebody tell us what's going on so we have a better understanding. So we don't keep on getting on your case. We don't, Joni says we need Carmen, aka Carmen Electra, on the show in 2025. Absolutely. You guys keep asking her. I reached out to her. I even joined her subscription on Twitter, which I was like, oh my gosh. I didn't realize that she was still doing this nudity stuff anymore. I thought for sure that she was I didn't realize she was still doing that. She's 52 years old. She's 52, and you have to see these nude pictures that she has got on her subscribers. I didn't know there were nude pictures. I subscribed because I wanted to be able to direct message her and say, hey, could you come on the show? And then I subscribed, and it says, here are your subscriber access. And I clicked and I was like, oh, okay. All right, then. We'll take it. I'll take it. It's a good thing that you asked this, Lisa. Lisa says, Mr. Christopher, who would be your dream guest in 2025? I actually, which is nice. It's really, really nice that this list is actually right here. Now, I could have told you right at the gate that Jesse Johnson was absolutely positively one of my top notch to get Jesse Johnson on the show was going to be that's where I wanted that's what I needed. And I spoke it into existence and it ended up happening, which was the way it happened was unbelievable. But it was great that it happened. I was very, very excited that it happened. So he's not on this list, but here is the list of people in no particular order that I would like to have on the show. And some of these people, there's actually discussions that are happening. I've been in discussions with some of these people already. And this list is a little bit older because Kat's still on this list. And that's Kat Dyson, different Kat. So that's good. Okay, so here's my list. These are people that I would love to have. I'm speaking it out into existence right now in front of you. Here are the people that I have been actively reaching out and trying to get on the show. Quincy Jones is off that list now too. Eddie M, David Garibaldi, Wendy and Lisa, David Z, Nile Rodgers, George Clinton, George Benson, Shaka Khan, Ray Parker, Stevie Wonder, Verdine White, Larry Blackman, Maceo Parker, Nona Hendricks, Ronald Isley, Angela Winbush, Charlie Wilson, Teddy Riley, Herbie Hancock, Steve Arrington from Slave, Van Hunt. He's been on the show a couple times before, but I want him on again because there's so many more questions to ask. Jackie Thompson, Kat Dyson, Steve Ferrone from Average White Band, Shaka Khan, Tom Petty, Corey Wong, Gary Clark Jr., Nika Costa, Rhonda Smith, Jody Watley, Larry Graham, Gail Chapman, Brenda Bennett, Fred Wesley, Candy Dolfer, Sue Ann Carwell, Greg Boyer has been on the show, so he can mark him up the list. Mike Scott, Kit Blacksher, he's actually been on the show also, but I want to have him again. Michael Clip-Payne from Parliament Funkadelic, he's that amazing voice. Angelo Moore from Fishbone, which he's been on the show before, but again, so much time has passed that I want to kind of get him back on. Martha High, Philip Bailey, Patrice Russian, Monty Moore, and Cindy Blackman, Lenny Kravitz's drummer. And Jody says, what about getting all of Third Eye Girl and have them tell stories? I've actually tried that a couple times. Donna Grantis has been on the show and Ida Nielsen has been on the show. Hannah has not been on the show. So I've had Ida and Donna on the show, but I have not had Hannah. I would love to have them all three on the board, but there's a little bit of a difficulty from what I understand. I'm not exactly sure of the truth of it or not, but I think that the reason why Hannah is not participating in really doing many interviews, she'll still do things like drummer stuff and, but any specifically purple type of podcast, which this is not really, it's not really a purple specific podcast. There are plenty of podcasts that are out there that are Prince specific. This is not one of them, but we do a lot of Prince. So I get it. We are very, very purple. Oh my gosh, my eye is burning out of my head. I rubbed my eye and put something in my eye. Anyways, there's a laundry list of people that I would love to have on. I would love to get Third Eye Girl on here together collectively. And we could technically do that. And I really would love to, obviously get something in place because when you look at it, we've already it's kind of, you miss it because Plectrum Electrum has already celebrated its 10-year anniversary. So, I tried to put something together for that. It was like, oh, it's a 10-year anniversary. Let's get them all together. I can't believe it's been 10 years since Plectrum Electrum, but it has been. I'm just not going to keep my glasses on because it's just not working. But I missed it. Everybody missed it. And again, I think because Hannah is involved in her church right now and she's doing a lot with their ministry, with her and Josh's ministry. So they're doing a lot of work there. And I just don't think she wants to put herself in a position where she wants to look back, that deeply and not that there was anything, wrong or anti-religious about anything that she did with Third Eye Girl. I just think that she's just kind of just moved on very much like Prince did. Prince would come in and he would if he was working on a project, he was just like, all right, I'm out on to the next thing. And he just didn't do a whole bunch of, looking back per se. So anyways, this is some more Watermelon Funk. There's a song called This Little Light. Anyways, I've had Josh on the show, but I should ask him if I can get Hannah and Josh on the show. That'd be a fun show. I'd like to be able to see that too. All right. Let me just say, we'll cut it a little bit early because I feel pretty confident that we are done as far as the guest popping in part is concerned. We only got 20 minutes left, so we're good. Let me just say Happy New Year's to everybody. Thank you so much for joining me. And it's been a 4-hour and 40-minute block. It is officially, I think, the longest show that I have done ever for Funkatopia. But I wanted to do that. I wanted to wrap up 2024 strong, and that's kind of what we did here. Be sure that you tune in for this year's very, very first show that will be here Tuesday, January 7th, with Lettuce guitarist Adam Schmeens Smirnoff. And if you've never heard of Lettuce, you have to check them out. They're incredible. Got a brand new album. You got to check them out. But he's going to be here next Tuesday, January 7th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We'll actually be doing the 7:45 pre-show as well. That's going to be a fun show. And I don't have a graphic for it yet because I haven't created one, but the following Tuesday, January 14th, I have Vibes from Watermelon Funk, which that's the project that Vibes is working on. He's Garrett Scheider is also a part of Watermelon Funk, and they have a brand new album that just came out last year, and it is so good. Let me just go ahead and pre-tell you about the new list that's coming out, the best funk list that's coming out. Watermelon Funk, their album will be on it. Just go ahead and tell you now. Just go ahead and tell you they're going to be on the best funk list if they're going to be there. Sorry, they'll be on there. It's going to be a fun show. And I got a really, really great guest. Hopefully got a really, really great guest lined up for the 21st. That's what I'm going to be. I'm very, very excited about this guest if it works out. Again, it's one of these conversations. You have this conversation back and forth with these people, and they say, "Oh yeah, let's do it. Let me look at my calendar and then check it out." And then you look at the calendar, and it just doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. It's pretty. I'm trying to see who tried to come in here. Oh no, are you serious? Man, okay. We missed it. Simon from the new Master Sounds was trying to get in, and it was a couple hours ago, and I did not see his emails. He was emailing me instead of texting me. Simon from the new Master Sounds would have been here. He was trying to come in, so it's a bum deal. Oh man, I would have loved to see Simon. Dang it. Yes, the best funk list is going to be great. And what's good about the best funk list is that you can actually listen to all this stuff because I have the Spotify links there. So you also read a little bit about it. You see the album cover, and you can actually, click on the songs because they got the little Spotify windows that you can listen to, and also links that you can go and actually buy it. Please, if you do consider buying something, please click on those links because most of the time those links are affiliate links. So I get a little bit of a credit for kind of helping to promote that band. And that's kind of what this is about, is to kind of keep funk alive and keep the funk flag flying. That's really all that we're doing. And I would love to just make sure that, you are privy to some of the great new music that's out there, and not just the old school classics. Not just the old school classics, but the brand new stuff that's coming out. So yeah, I mean, that the old school stuff is great, but you got to hear some new stuff. And wait till you see this list. You're going to be like, oh, I didn't even know that album came out. You are going to love this list. This list is all over the map, all funk, and really hard, solid funk list. And I hope to have that list ready before next Tuesday's show. I will do my best, but I like to wait until the year is over, officially over, before I do the list, because I made the mistake one time where I did the list in the first week of December, and then Parliament Funkadelic dropped Funkadelic dropped Shake the Gate like late December of whatever year that was, and didn't make it on the list. And I'm like, are you friggin' serious? I will never, ever I will never do a list again. I will never do a list again before the year ends. It's just not, because it doesn't make sense to say these are the best funk albums of 2024 if the year's not even over yet, because you have no idea what's going to drop in the next 3 weeks. So you can't, but people have already done it. The best funk lists are already out. OK Player has already released their best albums of 2024. It's like, the year's not over. How can you do that? Okay, it's fine. Just go, you do whatever. Okay. And on top of that, what I was going to say is that when you get to the bottom of that list, you can also see all the previous year's list, and you can go back 1 year after that and just, discover all kinds of brand new music. And there's some new players on there, people who have not been on the list before. And there's that. Listen, I did want to say this too. For any of my Atlanta people out here, that we have been, that we've been talking. I've talked a few times about this band out of out of London. They're out of Europe. It's a brand new. It's a band. It's a band named High Fade, and they're out of London. And again, it's like, it literally is like if the Police were a funk band. But when the Police first started, they were actually a reggae band. Now imagine if the Police were a funk band, like just three guys that were just really, really good at the staccato funk, bump, bump, bump. That is High Fade. And they've had a lot of amazing shows. They've actually been here to the States last year, and I was not able to make the show. Something had happened. February 12th. If you're in Atlanta, listen to me. February 12th. High Fade is going to be at Smith's Old Bar in Atlanta. So I will be there. I'm telling you, I will be there. If you are a Funkatopian that's in or around Atlanta and you can make this show, go. Because these guys are so much fun. They're so energetic and they're so funky, and they're here all the way from London over here jamming at Smith's Old Bar in Atlanta. So if you are in and around Atlanta, please see if you can make it to the show. I will be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. You have to go. I don't know if I'll have an extra ticket or not. I have 2 tickets and I've invited somebody, but I don't know if they're really going to go with me or not. If they don't, I'll have an extra ticket. Just stay in touch with me and maybe you can go with me. But also check out High Fade, their website, and see where else they're playing, because when they're over here in the States, they're going to hit a bunch of different other places, but I'm really happy to hear that they're going to be in Atlanta. We talked about High Fade earlier. And this is where I start my resolution, where I tell you about a band that you probably never heard of. Check it out, High Fade. And if you're in Atlanta, February 12th, go ahead and put a mark on your calendar and just come to the show, because the tickets are reasonable too. I think they're like $15 or something. It's like, come on. It's like nobody's doing shows for that anymore. And these guys are coming all the way over here from London. So, dude, you got to check them out, or at least look it up. Look it up and check it out yourself, and then you'll be inspired enough to actually pick up some tickets. Thank you to everybody who was a Patreon supporter. Again, I cannot thank you enough for if you're supporting us. I can't thank you enough, because it takes a lot to do these broadcasts. It takes a lot just to pay for the streaming service that's on here. It costs money for the website. It costs money for all the audio stuff and everything. And the other thing that is expensive is the ASCAP licensing fees for the radio stations, and also the radio stations, and also the streaming service that they're on, and all the setup and all the storage and things that we have to pay for on that side. But we also pay ASCAP licensing fees. So whenever we play music on the 3 radio stations that we have, the artist actually gets paid. So if you can, I would love for you to do what you can to actually support Funkatopia in any way that you can. Whether that means if you want to just do one-time donations, that's cool. We have Venmo where you can do @Funkatopia. That's the @ Funka, Topia. Don't forget the A in the middle, Funkatopia. Or Cash App, $Funkatopia. But what we would really love for you to do is to join Patreon. You can go to patreon.com/Funkatopia. That's patreon.com/Funkatopia. Again, Funkatopia. And instead of the 2 radio stations that you get with our amazing Funked Up app, if you guys don't have the Funked Up app, I don't know what you're doing, but you got to have the Funked Up app because it has a 24/7 funk radio station that plays everything, not just Prince stuff, but also, the Parliament Funkadelics and Earth, Wind and Fire and the Lettuces and High Fade, all these other really, really cool bands that are all in this one station. And it's 24/7, no ads, completely ad-free, completely commercial-free, and free. Not only commercial-free, but free in general. So all you got to do is just go to your Apple Store or go to your Google Play Store and look for Funkatopia or Funked Up. That's FUNKEDUP, Funked Up. And you'll find it. And you'll have 2 radio stations to choose from, a 24/7 funk radio station and a 24/7 Prince radio station. Both of them commercial-free. And it's commercial-free because of supporters like you on Patreon and also, that doing donations, because it helps to offset that ASCAP licensing fees that we get hit with. And if you are a Patreon supporter, you also get access to a 3rd radio station, which is another Prince radio station that plays even deeper cuts than the free ones, like all the dance mixes and the lost cuts that we'll call them, all the rehearsals and jam sessions. And it's great. And it's also 24/7 and it's also commercial free, but it's only available to Patreon supporters because Patreon supporters get a password that they go in and they use, and that will give them access to that radio station. Because if you download the app, you'll see 3 radio stations on top, but one of them, you're not going to be able to, you can click it, but it's going to prompt you for a password. And if you don't have the password, you can't get in. Oh my God, Michael, are you in here? I forgot what the password is. And I'm glad I'm glad I didn't know what the password is, because I probably would have said it out loud. So, hold on a second. What is the? Maybe I already said it. Did I already say it for Patreon supporters? Did I already say what the password was? Don't say it out loud. But did I already? Anyways, you have the password now for the radio station. So, a 3rd radio station that's going to have all the deep cuts. And we just got done. If you joined us, we had during Thanksgiving, we had Princegiving, where we played all of Prince's music in chronological order from the 94 E sessions all the way until his final albums in 2015. And we played it all in chronological order. And that included the deep cuts and everything. But not unfortunately, it only happened on the Patreon supported station, the one that you get access to being a Patreon supporter, not on the free stations. We used to be on the free stations, but it just wasn't working out because the amount of people that were contributing to help us off-cap those ASCAP licensing fees it just wasn't making sense. So I was really disappointed about that, but it's okay because now it's fine. It's great. And we just got done with Princemas, which we actually had to rename to Holoquake or Happy Holoquake. So that was literally 8 days of live concerts. But we did 4 days of live concerts, 24/7, no commercials, back to back to back to back. And then we waited, I think 10 hours and then did it again so that you could hear everything that you missed. And again, it was only on the radio station that you can only get access to if you are a Patreon supporter. So all I can say is help support us. And there's other cool things too. Like I'll be sending out gifts to my Patreon supporters for the top 3 levels of Patreon supporters. I actually will be sending out gifts this year. I have some, I can't show you what it is, but is it in the frame? It is not in the frame, which is good because then you can't see what it is. So I do actually take care of my Patreon supporters, and I got a pretty cool gift that I'll be sending you guys. So there's a lot to it. Thank you. Please support. And I appreciate it. I want to send my appreciation to those who did support. Thank you so much for your support. What else was I going to say? Was there anything else I was going to say? Thank you to all the Patreon supporters. 2025 is going to be great. Lots of really big things happening. Lots of announcements that are coming and whatnot. Looking forward to the couple of things that are on the docket for Prince in his Lifetime Achievement Award at the Grammys, and also that he also has a potential of walking away with the, what was it titled, Best Historical Diamonds and Pearls Super Box that is also nominated. So that's going to be cool too. I will tell you that the next event that we'll be doing, the Patreon stuff, is still that radio station, Uptown Plus is what we call it. That radio station is still playing all the super, super deep cuts. But the next thing that we will do is going to be the transition week, where we will be playing all of his music in alphabetical order. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Anyways, I want to thank everybody that joined us tonight. I'm gonna go ahead and tie it up. Thank you guys so much. This is the longest show I've ever done, which by the time I get done, it's going to officially be like it's 5 hours. It's 5 hours right now. I've been online for 5 hours. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you to Paisley 5 and Dimes, Eric Rogers, for showing up on the show, and of course, saxophone extraordinaire Eric Leeds for jumping in, and Greg Boya. I can hear Prince calling out Greg's name as I can hear it in my head. Greg Boya, Damon D, Sheila from Brides of Funkenstein, Dwan Elliott from the Blackshires, and he's got the brand new albums coming out in February. That's going to be awesome. And of course, TC Ellis. Everybody that showed up tonight was really, really cool. I love it. It's not too shabby. Thank you guys for celebrating 2024 with us and the new year 2025. I hope you guys had an amazing time, and I hope to see you next week as we will be welcoming Lettuce guitarist Adam Schmeens Smirnoff into the mix. So you're not going to want to miss that, because it's going to be very, very funky. And of course, I'm probably going to do this. I'm going to continue playing music in the background. It feels like it's making things move a little bit quicker. And, I hope that you agree. Anyways, thank you so much. I love you all. And thank you so much for all the support that you've given Funkatopia. And I really honestly cannot thank you enough. Hope you had a good time tonight. Happy New Year. I will see you on Tuesday. Good night, everyone. Hope you had a good one. And go away. Love you. Goodbye. My first mistake of 2025. Oh, man. All right. It's okay. It's all right. Good night, everyone. Love you.